Good evening, everybody. I know 8 o'clock. Actually, wow, I'm quite a bit later than eight. I did know I was going to be starting closer to the later part of my start time, but this is even later than I was expecting. Hopefully, these uh, kind of variable starts are going to be heading to the rearview mirror soon, but I am. You all know the work situation. I'm switching jobs. New job starts on Monday, and there's just a lot to do. But we have some interesting things coming up. So one of the possibilities is we may actually beat Book of Hours today. And the reason why I say we might beat it is because a lot of this is going to rest on Numa. And I can really bring Numa whenever I want, but because there are things that I would like to do in the game before we finish, there is a side of me that really likes this idea of leaving the work aside. Like what I mean, like I like the idea of being able to sort of sorry, leave the work aside does not communicate what I'm trying to say. I like the idea of working and filling in some of the blanks that I've wanted to work with for a while at the end of the game. Essentially, this is my last chance to sort of go throughout the house and explore some of the various recipes before before I finish the game. So with that in mind, it's a chance for me to talk a little bit about some of the ideas inside of Book of Hours. Some of these things we've talked about before. A lot of this is going to be me making some attempts at various types of crafting. And I did on my own time write out a bunch of the different some of the different items that I had different skills that I didn't get items for. So there's a lot to do, and it's also a bit of a funny anniversary. So let me just load up the save. Black Dove, White Crow, before the Curia, before the Duels, before the Church of the Unconquered Sun, the Sisters of the Knot kept their secrets. We'll never know what the rest of this says. So first of all, we have got a book on its way from Oriflammes. It's also a bit of a... So today is a funny anniversary. There's a bunch of things that happened in January that relate to... Actually, I'm sure there's a bunch of things that happened in different days. But I was browsing Wikipedia, as one does, and today, January the 24th, at least here in Canada, I realize across the world it may already be the 25th, but in 1536, Henry VIII had a jousting accident, which is in fact referred to in Book of Hours. Henry being a particularly important character in this game for a number of different reasons. Some have suggested that this injury is in fact the reason why his sort of his behavior and other problems, some of it may have stemmed from that injury. But it's kind of funny that the January 9th stream was something that I deliberately put in, but it is kind of funny how some of these special events are coming up on my Book of Hours streaming days. Okay, so with that in mind, there's a few things that I'm going to do. So number one, I obviously want to read whatever new books I get, but I think because today's the anniversary of that injury, we are actually going to spend some time reading about Henry. We'll spend some time reading about some of the subjects that I think are related to it. And I am delighted, although sometimes a little worried every time. So I am obviously not a big streamer, right? I have no illusions about my status in the pecking order and all of that. But, the internet being what it is, I do occasionally hear from unexpected places people saying things like, "Hey, I like your stuff, keep up the good work," which is obviously very nice to hear. I do also occasionally hear, "Oh, I hope it's not system chalk," and then that's not so good to hear, but you can't take the good without the bad, it seems, so, I've learned to try and live with that. But the one thing that does come up every once in a while is lore. And I sort of understand why there is an appetite for lore videos, but I also sort of understand that if I were to do sustained treatment of lore, this always attracts the kinds of things that really discourage me on streaming. And also with YouTube videos and that. And this is always a shame. I've definitely run into this in a few different ways. I often so one of the sad facts of this is that I will sort of try and loosen up the rules on these things a little bit, in the name of like, okay, well, I get that people want to see this, so we'll try and move on. And the problem is every time that happens, it winds up I wind up regretting it. It always turns out the way I was hoping it wouldn't. And that's one of the things that kind of keeps me from really doing these sorts of things. It's just I don't like disappointing people, but I also sort of know there have been enough times where I try to do something that people ask for, knowing that there is the danger of something that will upset me happening. And the thing that upsets me always happens, and at this point, it's kind of, I feel like I really only have myself to blame if there's something, frustrating that happens. But with that in mind, I am not insensitive to the fact that people like the lore talk, and that, some people would like to see more of it if that's possible. So one of the things that I would sort of like to do, and that I try to do whenever whenever I run into things in the game, is if there's something interesting to talk about, like a particular occasion coming up, that I really do feel is a nice opportunity to sneak in a little bit of lore. So there's limitations, right? Because in the context of the game, you can't necessarily refer to some of the other Weather Factory material. So, for instance, I can't take references to Cultist Simulator, and inside of Book of Hours, I'm not necessarily going to be able to refer to books which I may know exist, but I don't have inside of the library. But I figure what we can do is that can motivate some of the ways that I spend the intervening time, just so that we can try and talk about one particular set of topics, and maybe work through some possibilities in terms of what they're talking about. I'm almost certainly not going to reach any conclusions on this, but I figured it would be nice to at least highlight a few possibilities, and maybe bring up a few threads that people might find interesting. So that'll definitely be something that I try. We are getting an egg from Tuppence so that we can feed that to the Stimpfling, and then after we feed that to the Stimpfling, we are going to feed the vegetables to the chicken. And in the interim, I'm going to start trying to do things with my various skills. So, actually, I'm curious to see. For some reason, Tridesma Hyra isn't on this list. That kind of concerns me, because it suggests that I'm missing some entry. Oh no, I see exactly what's happened here. Just 1 second, please. Okay. So there's a few things that I want to try. And right now I'm going to work with what I have. This isn't going to be short, but this shouldn't take an eternity either. What I want to do right now is I want to do a quick run with my existing resources to see if I can solve a few of these challenges. So for instance, with Tridismahaira, we know, so stitch together the phrases of sacred music to make something delightful. Tridismahaira with Prentice level Grail creates a beguiling melody. Or for a scholar level recipe, if I add fabric, I can hum the faintest life into a little cloth doll. So we have the loom, and the loom takes heart, moth, nectar, and rose. So of course the challenge for this and a few of the others is that these are the places that take fabric, but this is the only place, so far as I can tell, that takes fabric. Now, the trick here is, and we've tried this a couple of times, but I don't think I've ever actually tried by highlighting for the different rooms. So we've got fabric and fiber, Kilisimi. The woven language is written with thread, not ink. There are, of course, other more prosaic uses for fiber too. Upholstery can be more adventurous than it sounds. So there's a few other things that I can work with. So for instance, we've tried the Swaddled Thunder, which is just a thing. And we've tried the Frithweft, which in this case is a fabric and fiber, but essentially it's the same as one of these. So the one thing that I haven't really done is take a look around. So we've got these bolts of fabric, but the usual trick for one of these games, or these Weather Factory games, is you look for something that has the aspect that you want, and then some other trait. So for instance, I'm trying to think what I would do, but maybe fabric and a tool would be a good example here. Hello, Nincompoodle. I noticed your follow. Thank you very much, and I am very happy to see you here. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can make a follow alert come up on its own, because the alerts in general have been having some difficulty. But I always appreciate the support, and I'm delighted that you came in so early on the broadcast. Now, I will just caution you, for this one, we're really getting ready for a finale. So if you are hoping for a bit of mystery in the game, I'm going to do my best to kind of talk about some of the some specific things about King Henry over the course of the session. But I'm right now looking to try and see if I can figure out a few of the... Oh, hello! Human hair of interest to wig makers, cushion stuffers, and crude sorcerers. Okay, so human hair is a fabric. It's also a remains. So this is the... you got to the end of this game. I just got home and found it, get it starting rather daunting. Yeah, well, so if you don't mind me asking, Nincompoodle, obviously, so I'm sure you know, my view is that it's my job to entertain people, well, as whatever I do that approximates entertainment. So please don't feel pressured to respond to these sorts of things. But one thing I do like to do where I can is try and offer people sort of a gateway into the game without necessarily telling them what to do. And I will definitely say that, you know, Cultist Simulator and Weather Factory are really unlike other games out there. And the games that are like them, there's one I'm thinking of in particular, which obviously has been inspired by Cultist Simulator. So in this case, they've kind of created a whole new style of game that some people seem to be following up on. So, you know, Book of Hours is intended to be a little bit friendlier than Cultist Simulator, but that doesn't mean that it is the easiest thing to start in. So if you don't mind me asking, have you played Cultist Simulator before? Or is this your first sort of Weather Factory / Secret Histories kind of game? Okay. So the human hair is exactly the sort of thing that I'm actually, it seems to be the only other one that I'm looking for. So way back. You did not. You read up on it, and apparently Cultist Simulator is extremely unforgiving. Yeah, extremely might be a little aggressive, but I mean, I really like the game, so I'm probably not the most, disinterested reviewer on it. It is a roguelike, though, so the thing about so I'd put it to you this way. Like, my view for a game like a roguelike game, the thing for me is that I don't always say roguelike games are unforgiving, because the idea is that you will always start a new session, right? Like, the fact that every run does not end in victory is part of the design of the game, and so I don't consider that to be too hard. Like, another example I'd give of this would be The Darkest Dungeon, where until they added the hard mode for the game, I know the game has a reputation for being completely brutal in its combat, and it is. Like, people die very frequently in the game, but in a certain sense, Darkest Dungeon is actually more forgiving than other games, because there's really no way to lose. Like, as long as you are willing to stick with it, there is no way to lose Darkest Dungeon. So obviously I have some weird ideas in terms of what unforgiving is, but like, Cultist Simulator definitely is one that, in addition to presenting you with the kinds of mysteries that probably became quite challenging for your first round in Book of Hours, the challenge with Cultist Simulator was that it was in the context of a game which is very much about that tension between those sort of special things that maybe only make sense or are meaningful to you, right? This could be like the play you want to write, or the game you want to make, or the film you want to produce. Sorry, they're all like entertainment examples that I give, but quite literally in the game, the world of dreams. But the fact that we exist in this material world that expects us to sort of pay the rent and show up for work, and because the game is sort of about that sort of tension, you can wind up in the situation where you starve to death while you're still trying to learn the basics of the game. And it's wonderful for that, but man, if you don't like having an involuntary ending to a game, that is a game that is going to be asking a lot of you. So that's definitely the challenge. So if you would like some pointers on kind of how to find your feet, obviously there's the VODs and things like that, but I never feel bad if you... So just to give you an idea of the origins of this particular playthrough, I actually did this... I unlocked the whole house without committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms at the start. And then I sort of committed things and leveled all of them up. So I think I have a pretty good mind for solving some of the challenges inside of the game and sort of how to make things work together. But of course, some of the fun for people is to find these things out on their own. So I'm happy to give some pointers and some sort of like, if you want to say, I'm having some difficulty doing X, Y, or Z, and I can say, well, you might want to try something like this. And of course, through the process of me trying to solve some of these things for myself, you may kind of think of a couple of ideas in terms of how you can approach things as well. But obviously, I don't have any intention of telling you how to play the game unless you specifically would like some pointers. So you find yourself interested in puzzle games, but often not strong enough for them. I mean, the Weather Factory games are pretty unique in that regard, too. What will often be the case is that you'll have some interesting mysteries put in front of you. And this is true for Hush House itself, right? So there's references to the fire. I can let you know that the fire is referred to later in the game. That the game doesn't just sort of dangle mysteries and then never touch them again. But very often you're sort of left to draw some connections for yourself. It's the sort of thing that you can kind of go back to over and over again. And you can sort of get some extra bits and pieces from where the, either subsequent playthroughs or other bits of information to sort of make the pieces all sort of fit together. So it's not even a question in terms of the strength of being able to solve them, but in some cases you just need to develop that kind of the secret histories kind of logic. So are you actually finishing now? It seems like they're adding more content decently often. So yeah, basically there'll be a couple of things that happen with the game. So you're right that Weather Factory are alarmingly productive actually in terms of their post-release support. So the next big milestone for new content. So for the Eason update, we'll be introducing a few sort of secrets and extra things to it. But the big milestone, I think, for Book of Hours is going to be the arrival of the first DLC, House of Light. I've been playing this game pretty much nonstop since its release. So one of the things that I'll probably wind up doing is I'll be, for the live broadcast, I'll be folding in a few other games that I've been wanting to get back to for a while. So for instance, Phantom Brigade just recently got an update, which I'm certainly really looking forward to. But on top of that, one of the things that I'm kind of looking forward to, one of the things that I'm not looking forward to, I mean, I'm looking forward to doing more Book of Hours, but the live broadcast, I'll have a little bit of a break so that I can, recharge the batteries for House of Light. But I also have the VODs, like the specific YouTube series that I'm doing, and that's still in progress. That actually I've not got as much progress in the house for, so we probably unlocked, we're just starting to get into the Dawn period areas, and we have part of the Kukurbit, but certainly not all of it. So I have, I think, 3 or 4 different saves over the course of, doing the interview with Weather Factory and the Steam stream and some other things that I've been doing. And my intention has always been that I will only ever pursue one victory in every save, but that every save I have will get a victory at some point. And so one of the ways I'll handle it is for the next, whenever I feel like spinning up Book of Hours again, I'm going to return to some of those old saves and see if there's some other things that I can do. So there will be definitely Book of Hours content from me for the foreseeable future, and it's just this particular playthrough is getting close to the end. Although, I've got lots to do, so when the ending happens, I'm not 100% sure yet. Now, this is one thing I hadn't noticed about the hair before. So it's fabric and fiber. And this is exactly what I was looking for before. So when we ran into this problem of the fact that the loom is the only workbench that we could find that would accept fabric, the usual trick that I try to find, and this was true for Cultist Simulator as well, is to try and find something that has an aspect that's different, something that has like the fabric aspect but has another kind of aspect. So for instance, maybe you want to add an ink to something. Well, inks are often liquids. And so, there may not be there might only be a small number of workstations that will accept an ink, but there are more workstations that will accept liquids. And so as long as it accepts a liquid, it implicitly accepts an ink because you can provide it that ink. And so what I can do now is, as long as there is a spot that will accept remains, I can try and get that Tridesma, that Tridesma Hira recipe. So I think the Noctonary might take it. It does, and this does take Grail. So we are going to add the hair to the shadow. This is pure exploration at this point. I wonder what happened to my higher Arab. There we go. Okay, so as suspected, this is the Pale Mamet. Now my guess here is that the next level would be 15 Grail with for the Flushed Mamet. One of these things. So the trick here is I need to find something that is Grail and will accept a tool. One of your biggest worries in progress was using things in the house and worry that they don't come back. Does stuff respawn? Like there was that bread that you were never wanting to use. I 100% know the dilemma that you're talking about. And I will say that there are some things that don't come back. So you will notice that I'm missing the Pillis oat bread, and that's because I ate it. Well, I didn't eat it. I gave it to someone else. But the Pillis oat bread, one of the things that it would give you, chances are the thing you were looking to to get from that was the extra heart aspect. So for there's also the sack of vegetables, also known as stew in waiting. And that will give you heart and nectar in that particular case. I'm trying to remember if there's another renewable item that will give you heart. I know the grapes are nectar, but they're not yet. Flour, maybe? I know we found some flour in the cucurbit. Although I guess flour isn't renewable in this case. Pulverized grains, bread's precursor. There is also the possibility that you may be, so they added these order forms, so it may be that there's a few more things that you can, I found my Arab. There may actually be a bit more that you can order, so you can go from TRN, you can now order parchment, arsenic, desiccated witchworms, Schloss Jannings, Strathcoyne whiskey, Roscragan whiskey, Domaine Reveline, Lambig Bruslande, Armagnac d'Ise, and drinking cocoa. And Cater and Hero, which I don't think really offer food. Oh no, they do. Copper wire, glue, ham, Evening Isles coffee, Dawn Lion coffee, a quire of paper, scintillate oil, oscillate oil, umbrus oil, Assam tea, and lapsang tea. So, I'll give you an example. I don't know if I could identify a renewable for every single item. But I feel like you have a good shot for most of the things. So for instance, I don't think it's possible to renew pickled pilchards, an acquired but unforgettable taste. So this has heart, moon scale, it's a thing, its sustenance, and its remains. However, it is possible to get a mackerel. So eat it while it's fresh or keep it while it's salted. And you'll notice this one's aspects: heart, moon scale, sustenance, and remains. So there's practically no difference between the pickled pilchards and the mackerel. It just happens to be, if you like the look of the jar of pilchards, you can it's your choice. So things like the ham, I think, used to be non-renewable, but even now you can order those using pence. So my own view of this is that you don't. So I wouldn't say you don't want to be, not want to be, but you don't have to be too tight-fisted with your items inside of the house. I do think, like, I tend to hoard. You'll notice that, like, Elopolis' nook is still, like, loaded up with flowers. I'm actually having trouble finding places to put everything. So obviously my tendency is to hoard a lot more than I actually should. But on the other hand, I don't necessarily think it's a bad skill to, like, learn some restraint. Because one of the things I tended to notice when I did this run without committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms, it sort of forced me to think about how I was doing certain things and how I was going to get certain improvements. And so if I developed that habit of just getting that +1 heart, let's say, from that one consumable item, if I didn't have a renewable way of getting it, I would sometimes find a situation where I was like, oh, I actually could have got that some other way. And, now I'm not able to get that new one. So I think the Pale Marrow was an example of that, where it would give me an extra winter, and there wasn't any other food that would give me the winter. So that one I was a little bit more reluctant to to sort of use that until I really felt that I was sort of at my wit's end for getting other sources of winter. But on the other hand, I will say that, you also want to make progress in the game. And so if you feel that you've sort of exhausted the other possibilities and you don't have other things to do in the house that you think are a good use of your time, that's usually a good time to say, okay, we're going to use that consumable item. So the short answer to your question is there are non-renewable things in the game for sure. So the basket of onions, the prima materia of cooking. This may be why the cosmos is shaped so like an onion. I really don't know of another food item that will give me edge. So if I'm in a situation where I want to boost someone's edge by feeding them, I might want to hold off on giving them the onion, or the leek for that matter. But if it's the difference between being able to unlock that area or not, if I don't really have any other like higher edge memories or something like that, I'm not really serving myself by keeping the onions. So it's a rightful fear, but it's not one that you don't have to paralyze the run for it. You can usually over time find, for most cases, I think you can usually find an acceptable substitute without without having to sort of leave Hush House as kind of this pristine museum or something like that. I'm sure you've noticed I don't really do the whole brevity thing, so if you want me to just say yes or no, feel free to prompt me accordingly. But all right, so I'm looking for a grail that'll accept a tool, and my reason for wanting to do so is that I want to try and somehow add a Pale Mommet, and this is a tough one, right? Because it's a tool, it's inert, a device, but one that can be activated, but not one that can be activated by casual handling. This can survive Consider without being used up, although it'll still be used up in crafting. Oh, that's interesting. I never noticed that before. I kind of want to consider this now. Well, I've got plenty of them because of that bug before, so investigate the object. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't know what. Oh, hang on. It'll take Woven, so Pale Mommet works here. So if we had Tridesma Hyra. Oh, but this doesn't take Grail. So we. Okay, interesting. So it's not. It's not a flushed Mommet that we're looking for. Well, thank you, Nincompoodle. It's I'd be lying if I said that I didn't feel very closely aligned with the Weather Factory games. I think they're very well done. I think the developers behind that are interesting people. So you're very complimentary about my vocabulary, but if you would like to hear a couple of people who have a way with words, there is actually a podcast that they run called Skeleton Songs, which is named after one of the books in the setting. I believe we have it in the library. It should be this one. Poems of Greedy Delight, composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. But obviously, I'm not trying to drive you away from my channel. Perhaps check the broadcast on your own time. Not that this isn't your own time, but yeah, I sort of feel like I mean, okay, I'm never gonna make it as a Fortnite streamer, right? So I think I do genuinely like this game, and I have a lot of sympathy for people who want to. So one thing that kind of helped me find a bit of a following on YouTube was I wrote a sort of it wasn't really a guide to Cultist Simulator so much as it was, hey, you want to like this game, but you're really struggling to kind of figure out what's going on in it. And the intention behind this was to not really act like a tutorial, because the point of the game sort of is not to have a tutorial, but to just try and say, it's like, okay, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take you a little bit further than what the game guides you for, because I sort of detected that there was a number of people who really wanted to like the game but didn't quite have enough to sort of know what their what was expected of them. So like the idea is that once you kind of have that thing that clicks, then you really love the game. So I don't want to solve the puzzles for people, because then there's nothing for them to enjoy. But on the other hand, if I just say the game is the game and you're going to have to figure out if you like it or not, then that means that people who might otherwise like the game are potentially turned off from it. And so I kind of feel like, as far as I have a niche, that's kind of one of the things that I try to do with with Cultist Simulator. With the Secret Histories games. Book of Hours is obviously not Cultist Simulator. And so where I can, if somebody comes in and, if they're just curious about the game and its setting, that's fine. We can chat about that. But if there's somebody who is, saying is like, I'm not 100% sure what this thing means, it's a wonderful opportunity to sort of share what my experience was sort of figuring that stuff out. And then what's nice is that, because these things are archived on YouTube or because people are watching in the background, I've done enough TAing in school that I know that if like one person put up their hand, there were 15 other people in the lecture hall who had that question but didn't want to raise their hand. So I don't know. I really do feel like these are qualities that line up quite well with these games. Now, one thing I have been doing for this playthrough is I've actually been maintaining a spreadsheet for some of the different recipes. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to add a new tab of things that I've tried with Grail, because I was a little surprised that this doesn't get me the flushed Mommet. So you'll just have to forgive me for a second while I shift off into another tab and run with the new information. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I am yeah, well, so the funny thing is I actually think this is a nice feature of the game. So I have a couple of physical notebooks that I'm keeping some notes in. I have a Word document now, and then I have a spreadsheet. Now, they did add this craftable menu, and they did add the sort of the labels for the various shelves in the game. So you're certainly not without help if you want to be taking notes for things. But one of the things I actually really liked about the original Cultist Simulator was it was a game that I sort of felt compelled to take notes for. And it was really fun just sort of seeing my thought process work out on the paper. So I've sort of retained some of that for this particular game. Sorry, I just need to adjust my mic stand so I can get the book elsewhere. Now, again, the craftable list here does sort of I've actually stopped maintaining my my recipes list mostly because of this. But one of the things that I've found is really helpful here is that I've tried a few different combinations with Tridesma Hira already, and there's actually no rule saying that this has to be Grail or Moon. So one of the things that I'm sort of trying to figure out here is I just want to put together a list of things that I've already tried with Grail, just to see what happens. And hopefully what that will do is that'll start narrowing down some of the possibilities. And then when I want to do a more focused effort on a particular skill or a particular outcome, I can sort of try these combinations, and I'll have a record in terms of what I've already attempted, because I have every skill in the game now. So to try and just keep all of that in my head is not really productive or interesting. So, but I highly recommend. I've actually noticed that the community for this game seems to have really embraced a tool called Obsidian, I think. And it seems to be kind of this mind mapping tool or something like that. I haven't used it myself, although it looks very interesting. So I do know that that's one that gets referred to a lot here, and people really seem to get a lot out of. Okay, so I'm adding Fabric and Rubywise Ruin. I'm adding those two as columns. So Tridesma Hira, Fabric will produce a Pale Mommet. Not Moment, Mommet. Sacrament Calcite. And then I did try the Pale Mommet. And that didn't do anything. Okay, so it's a little tricky to start this type of entry at the beginning, but as time goes by, it's going to be a bit easier for me to load up the So I'm just going to take a second here and find something. If you like mind maps, I feel compelled to there we go. This is a few years old now. This is actually almost coming on to its 4th birthday. But if you like mind maps, keep in mind that this is a write-up that kind of assumes that you're familiar with Cultist Simulator. That's one big defect from this. But if you scroll down into the article, you'll see a few different images. If you click on there's one which has a caution, this file is huge but beautiful. You can see the whole thing, but it is a very large file, so it takes a little bit to load. But that's an article that I wrote, which kind of took all of the individual cards inside, or entities in Cultist Simulator, and it did sort of a network analysis on the game. So I don't think there's any like groundbreaking truths that were revealed inside of the game. There were a couple of things I was interested in that I saw inside of it, but obviously, as somebody who wrote that, I obviously am going to be interested in any kind of software that allows me to sort of draw these relationships between the different concepts. Although again, most of the stuff that I'm doing is sort of from programming. It's I don't necessarily need to sit down and write it all out in a program. Although maybe I'll try that too. All right, so we're going to work with resurgences and emergences, and I actually think that had the same problem that Tridesma Hyra did, which was we knew that we needed a... Okay, so we already have the recipe for a Pale Mommet. So, in this case, we actually don't know if it's a moth or a grail thing. I suppose we already know that we get the Perilous Demigo from the chimeric larva, and we know we get the flushed mommet. So this is an open question in terms of what resurgences and emergences gives us. Then I had 2 new columns. Actually, I don't for the chimeric larva. Now, the one thing I haven't tried with this is Rubywise Ruin, so we're just going to add that. We're going to try that possibility just so I can eliminate that. I don't remember where I had any, though. So that's the Sacrament Calcite. Nope, there's some. Okay, so we have enough for the level 15, but it's not that, so that means we're going to have to try something different later. Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, Nincompoodle, like, because that was designed off of the... because that was sort of designed off of the inner workings of the game, so, like, you're not really intended to just go running into... into the game's internals and, make sense of the game out of that, right? The meaning for a lot of this stuff is actually intended to be sort of arrived at by the context in which you see some things and sort of the connections you make in your own head. So in the end, if you look closely on that image, you'll notice that all of the names very much look like computer names. Like they're not really things that a normal person would sort of refer to. Like, I wouldn't call, a nephew or niece or whatever, child 1 and child 2 or something like that. It probably would have something a little bit more human in terms of a name, but it's a decent way to sort of make your way through the world. Like once you're familiar with the world, it's a decent way of sort of abstracting away very complicated relationships and turning them into sort of a subset of information that you can actually work with. How you doing, Baron Snugs? Going back to a good 30 minutes of conversation, but I was meaning to talk to you about Unforgiving Games. I think the one I think you tried before was Mordhau. So I've never tried Mordhau, but my understanding of that was made by like Chivalry modders who thought the game needed to be much more unforgiving. If I'm not mistaken, was that? Are we thinking the same game here? All right, let's try Quenchings and Quellings. And I think I've actually already got some winter attempts here. I do. Okay, this should hopefully be quick. Very much one slip up, you lose the fight. So I suppose here's the question. Was it any good? Like, was that a game that wound up speaking to you after you sort of came to terms with its, with some of its challenges? Okay, interesting. So Quenchings and Quellings doesn't have... Why did I put that on the list then? Oh, I didn't. I put Edict's Liminal on the list. My bad. Is it something that kind of wound up being like a game you enjoyed, or was it one where you sort of... you tried, you decided that maybe you had better things to do with your time and decided to visit an occult library in Cornwall. You have to sit and decide. You'll be fine with getting obliterated by better players until you learn the tricks. It's funny. I've had two very different experiences with games like that. So one game that I played a lot of, and I didn't like. I think it would be fair for me to say I did enjoy it. Was Dota. So Dota was one that I think is somewhat notorious for its learning cliff, really. And I've got a lot of time in Dota. But it's also, I remember playing, there used to be a more PvP-oriented Magicka sequel called like Magicka Wizard Wars. And I actually remember really bouncing off of that because it felt like, everyone who was playing that game had, just months of experience more than me, and that there was absolutely no way for me to even get a toehold on, on that given game. And so it became quite a bit more discouraging to go into something like that. So it's interesting. Like I don't like the idea of dropping out of games because I can't win, right? Like I've never really liked that attitude towards games. But on the other hand, I think particularly for multiplayer games, one of the big challenges you have about having a very small player base is that you do actually need to you need to find a way to match your opponents, right? It's a search it's kind of like trying to find a job. Like if you take the first job that's offered to you, it might be undervaluing your skills. But if you wait too long, then potentially you wind up in a situation where you have some sort of hardship, or you don't live the sort of lifestyle that you would want because, you've spent more time only getting sort of a fraction more of what you were really looking for. So again, it's one of the reasons why I would never want to be somebody who makes a multiplayer game. But it is really interesting to see, particularly for me, because I know I've really engaged on some of those more competitive or some of those more challenging games. I do find it always interesting why I bounce off of some but stick with others, and I can't fully explain why. But sounds like I should try Mordhau now. Okay. I'm going to write down some moth attempts. So here we've got Edict's Liminal. And again, here I'm actually seeding a few different entries in the spreadsheet here, so we're going to spend some more time on pause than what might normally seem appropriate here. And it's really just because this is one of these chances for me to... this is like really a chance for me to eliminate some duplication between now and when we finish. Oh, yeah, no, you don't need to apologize for that. I am very excited for the job, but the thing is, it's one of these things where I felt quite underutilized at my existing work. And so I think it would be fair to say that the type of things that I am doing at this other job are more serious. I mean, not that the current job that I have like a grown-up job, right? Like it is a serious job that, you know, has certain expectations. But I'm sort of aware of, you know, what is the set of things that can go wrong, right? If I blow it, and you know, it's a move up. They have been nothing but encouraging in terms of, you know, goodness of fit, and I feel appreciated in the role. Like, I could not ask for a better introduction to a place. But again, because I just have that temperament, right? I want to do a good job, and, you know, it's been a while in coming, and I am like really trying to leave my coworkers in a good place with the work that I'm doing in my last week here. But, you know, I really only have a couple more days, right? Really only 2 more days in this week. And on Friday, actually, I found out that our tech department closes at 3 o'clock. So effectively, I have to hand in like my cell phone, my work computer. I might have access to sort of the cloud services that we use, but, you know, my cloud service access is dependent on a personal key that I have, which is tied to my laptop. So effectively, I can't get any work done. And I usually like finish around 6. So there's sort of this 3 hours that's been guillotined off of all of this time that I was expecting to sort of deliver some nice to haves for my coworkers who are going to be inheriting all of the work that I was intending to do for the rest of the fiscal year. And I'm feeling the pressure on that. But again, like it really is only for good reasons that I'm doing it. So I appreciate you asking. But beyond just, you know, having the next couple of days, there's going to be some pressure. But it's all for the good. And actually, I know I've already thanked them, but I feel like there's a couple people who I owe a big thank you to for related to what I'm streaming right now. Sorry, 1 second here. Oh, liquids and glass finger toxin. Okay. So for Edict's Liminal, we have a memory which gives us a name day riddle. Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. The honey gives us Skin Shuck Mead. Liquid gives us Glassfinger Toxin. Glassfinger Toxin gives us Sacrament Acite. So the challenge that I have here is I don't really have any obvious candidates for Moth or Knock to throw in here. So one thing I might imagine would be to try and do something with a name day riddle, but we don't have a name day riddle right now. So it's a bit of a challenge in terms of trying to find something meaningful to chuck in here. You had that feeling on this could go wrong on such a high scale today. I've never felt like I was the smartest, but I've been keeping 90s in college. But once the second semester hit physics, where you got into a ton of theory and was like, where are the formulas? Like I was learning the unit cycle and circle and pre-cal today, and it blew over your head the first time you watched this video. You're like, crap, I'm screwed. But it was more of an eye-opener that some things do take a couple of hours to study and learn. So I'm being really challenged now, but it's good practice for university. Yeah. So I have some sympathy for this, and I feel that this, like, so I did a master's at a pretty good school for econ, and there did seem to be this really interesting effect, because it's almost a little bit like what happens to some people in university too, which is these are people who are used to like really shooting the lights out in their school. Like, again, I'm sorry, this is going to sound like a humble brag, and it's not intended to be, but like when it's a good program, right, there is a selection process that's going in. So if you're going into a competitive program, then your peers are going to be people who have probably done very well in university. And what was interesting was once everyone else is at that level, you can actually notice a few people sort of crumple up because they're no longer the smartest person in the room. And, you know, in some cases, what can happen is just that for a while, you know, you find your studies very easy. And so you haven't necessarily had to apply yourself. And then once you do wind up going into a field that sort of does require that effort, you know, once you're sort of hitting the frontiers of your understanding, that can be a bit of a shock, especially if you've coasted for a long time, which is obviously not what I'm trying to suggest that you've been doing. But it is actually really a defining moment for some people. And I often feel that's one of the reasons why, like, some of the calculus courses, you know, like Calc 3, I don't know what it's like at your university, but like they always scheduled that at like the crack of dawn, because that was a prerequisite to get into physics. And physics is, you know, really competitive and very math heavy department. So, you know, one of the things is that there'd be do these very challenging midterms, and there'd be this, you know, this difficulty in terms of the course material and such. And in that case, you know, part of that is just to help weed people out. But in another sense, right, you're also really getting to that point where, you know, I never really did calc in high school. I was actually not good at all in mathematics in high school. I had a lot of sort of upgrading to do. But yeah, you do sort of find where, you know, for mathematical stuff, it's kind of nice because there are, like, there is a chain of reasoning. So, like, a good example here would be, like, you know, getting the derivative, like first derivative for something. You know, if it's got a power, you kind of learn this trick where, you know, you take the number in the exponent, you put it in the front, you subtract it by 1, so on and so forth. And then you're sort of like, okay, then there's multiplication. Well, multiplication's a little more difficult because, you know, you want it to work one way, but it turns out that's not actually what it is. So then you learn the rule for multiplications. And then it's like, I've noticed some textbooks sort of give you a rule for division, and I could never remember the rule for division, but I did always remember that, well, really you can express division with like a negative exponent. So at that point, you know, one of the things that you can do is you can learn those mental shortcuts, and those can help you because what you are learning is sort of the structure of the subject that you're trying to touch on. You're sort of learning, oh, hang on, this all sort of exists within this mental framework of how to solve problems. And then, of course, it makes you a better student. But the challenge is that, like, sometimes, particularly for math things, I notice, they tend to teach them almost like, you know, here is this formula you need to apply, and if you screw it up, you get the 0, and if you parrot it back, it doesn't really matter if you know why it works, you just need to parrot back the result. And I actually had some very weird beliefs about math as a result of that teaching, but eventually kind of got out of it. So, but I have a lot of sympathy for what you're saying, because I've lived that in a few different ways. High school for you was trying to get your autism under control. You were pretty spastic for the first few years of it, so you got horrible grades. You're currently facing that in college now and seeing the gaps in my knowledge while trying to get your grades high enough for university. Yeah, I mean, the thing is too, like, there is that pressure that you have in terms of your by the way, good for you for overcoming some of that stuff, because I do know for some people there is a tendency to sort of let that really, like, become, I don't want to say a crutch, but it becomes a sort of a belief that holds them back. So it's like, I am this type of person and I'm never going to be able to change that. So I am now not going to be able to do this subset of things. Now, obviously, there are some things that are like practical. So like, I am not going to be in the NBA, right? There are a number of reasons why I will never play in the NBA, and I will reconcile myself with not playing in the NBA. But in the end, that's maybe not the most important thing in the world to me, right? And if the passion is for basketball, well, I can play basketball whenever I please. It's just this professional basketball which requires certain conditions that I wouldn't be able to satisfy. But yeah, I think one of the things that I like the most about university, and I think I get the impression that it's getting harder to do this in university, partly because of the competition, but also because of the, I don't know, just kind of the attitudes that some people have towards education, is that, like, I was with a bunch of people who really felt like they were in that program because they wanted just to get another piece of paper. Like, it wasn't just enough to have the bachelor's of whatever. They needed the master's of whatever so that they could get, like a better consulting job or something like that. But there wasn't any real interest in the subject. It was really just this is a place where the money is, so we're gonna do that. I found that a lot in computer science when I was a TA in that as well. The how do I put it? The Everybody's going to have their different reasons for going into a school. Everybody's going to have a different reason for sort of learning what they're learning. Sometimes it's just, their parents want them to go, and so they don't necessarily have a passion for what they're learning. But again, you're obviously accountable for your own behavior, right? Like I can kick up dust and say, oh, these people are, destroying the sanctity of the university, but it doesn't really change how I react to it. So that's interesting that you asked this follow-up question. Did you find you were often at odds against your classmates rather than in a cooperative space? I had a bit of a weird situation with that. So in some cases, I had some people that I really bonded with, and we got along very well, and we were able to work well. I found at the higher level, so at the master's level, there was this problem where somebody found all of the answers so I think it was like some of the previous students, like, handed down all of the answers to the, previous exams and like, problem sets and all of that. And they didn't really change the problem set. So essentially there were people who were effectively copying the solutions to the problem sets. I mean, you essentially would have people handing in identical papers. They weren't even changing the solutions. And one of the big challenges that I found was that we had a couple of TAs who would be very, very strict. And so the thing is because the majority of the class was quite literally giving what was on the grading key, if you deviated from that, you would actually be docked marks, even though it was a substantively similar answer, right? But it's, at this point, it was even a point of grammar for what is a quantitative discipline, right? It's a mathematical answer that you're going for, but, because the wording was my own, like I remember one. And there's a couple of times I actually brought that up with the prof. So for that case, especially for the people who I really felt were not there to learn, I did actually find it very difficult, and I did, to a certain extent, start feeling that it was very competitive, because in the end, I did feel that I was winding up in a worse place as far as the grades were concerned, because of the kind of collective behavior of the class. And like, I do kind of believe, I do sort of believe that, the academic integrity stuff is serious. And I do sort of feel that if you are confronted with a situation like that, you should not be rewarding students who are doing that. Even if it's a very large number of students, like, the degree's got to mean something, right? So that part I actually found very difficult. But what I will say is that I did also wind up with a bunch of students that I wouldn't have imagined at the start that I would have gotten along with them. And this would be true for my undergraduate as well as my graduate studies. And, often these were people who were clearly smarter than me. Like, there's a guy I remember, his name was Jamie, and like he had a true gift for mathematics. Like you could give him some of the just gnarliest, complicated problems, and he would just have this way of simplifying it and producing this nice, elegant solution, and it would look like it was effortless on his part. I was really, really impressed. The real tragedy on this one was he did not care for economics at all by the end. He actually wound up going into a completely different discipline, which is such a shame because I thought he did such a wonderful job with so much of the work. But I mean, again, if it doesn't speak to him, then, we're not gaining, or we're not allowing him to do his best if we insist that he should become an economist because he's really good at econ problems. And he was good. We actually often disagreed on a lot of other things that weren't like subject matter stuff. And I always sort of felt he was unfair to some economics papers, but it was that kind of like collegial disagreement that you can have. So it's a tricky one. And I also need to accept that like some of the difficulties that I had with classmates were definitely about my temperament, right? And in that case, I don't want to say that I'm the aggressor, but I do feel that there is I think there's a fair statement to say that it can be, how do I put this? Like, I sort of understand if I could just chill out on some of the academic integrity stuff, or in like a group project, I'm going to feel a certain degree of stress if someone's not holding up their end. Usually in that case, I would just try and like work through it. And like if they weren't going to do it, I would just sort of take on some of the extra work. But then that just encourages free riding. So yeah, it's a tough one. And so I'd say the competition was largely a feeling that came out of the circumstances that I was in regarding that, those answers that were given ahead of time. But for the most part, I liked working with people who had different ideas from me and often were better at other things, because I tended to find that I learned a lot. From it. But again, I mean, some of the classes were genuinely stressful. Some of them were very, very challenging, and I had a couple of terms where I really I took on a lot of very difficult courses in one go. And like my grades definitely reflect that. There were a couple of times. It was actually a little hard for me to get into the program that I got in, because there were definitely a couple of courses that raised some eyebrows in terms of whether or not I could do the work. And the thing is, I did some RA work for some professors, and so they were able to say, it's like, no, this guy knows his stuff. It's like, there are reasons for this, and sort of, I showed them my transcript. Like I specifically pointed out, I was like, I could have taken these, like, there's the idea of the GPA booster, right? You take an easy course that you're really good at so that you can, get a good grade, and that makes your GPA go up. But the thing is that if you're doing that, you're not necessarily challenging yourself. And so because I knew I wanted to do graduate level work, I knew that I was going to need to do some difficult mathematics, or difficult for me at least. I've never been like super strong on the math side. And so again, that's a choice that I made, and choices have consequences. And sometimes those consequences are you don't get the grade that you're looking for. But I got into the program I was looking for, so it worked out for me. But yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have like a direct answer for that, because in the end, the circumstances dictated more. And I feel like because you're dealing with people, there is no absolute rule that you're dealing with. My hope is that the university, or like college university, my hope is that when you're going into higher education, like there's a selection that's happening in the sense that, generally people with good grades are going to be going to higher learning, right? People who have found school somewhat easy or at least easier than others, are going in. So there's already sort of a selection effect that's happening. But my hope is that these kinds of courses and programs are not so specialized in the types of people that they're bringing in that when you go to a place like that, you're only running into one type of person. And the great benefit is that, hopefully in these environments, you're running into people with different ideas, different perspectives. And, like any society, Canada, for crying out loud, that's where I live. It's a multicultural society. And multiculturalism is not always sunshine and rainbows. There can be conflicts that are created by people from different experiences. And I think a lot of people would argue that Canada is an example of a country that has managed that well. But that is not a guarantee, right? When you encounter these differences, they can manifest in very ugly ways, and that does happen in Canada too. But they can also appear in, they can be very positive in some cases, because it's an exposure to either a new way of thinking or a perspective you'd never thought of before, and that is ultimately where the greatest learning happens. And so, in the case of a university or a college or anything like that, the hope is always that you are going to wind up with a group of people in some courses. And I can remember some philosophy courses where I could not stand my classmates. Like, I just thought it was very sloppy thinking that was deliberately intended to suck up to the prof. And it was, it was so obvious the trick that was being played, but the prof just ate it all up, and I couldn't stand it. But what was kind of funny was I didn't want to like single out the one person, but I did sort of gripe in a subtle way about that kind of trick. And there was someone who totally picked up on what I was talking about, and they were as annoyed by it as I was. And all of a sudden I found my little group of people who, and again, it turns out that was actually somebody that I wound up in a fantastic argument with, and like they never spoke to me again a couple years later. So like it's not always like a super positive thing, but again, like that diversity of views can be a good thing and can be a bad thing. But the hope is that because there is a wide range of people that you will be meeting in these places, the hope is that the competitive aspects are positive in the sense that you want to do your best. And that the differences are something that hopefully either drive you to be your best or at least give you that that extra perspective. But like I said, I never want to sound too sort of like rose tinted in terms of this. Like, I don't want to put on the rose tinted glasses for my my own background in school. Like, I do value things like, multiculturalism and such, but I think it's important to just acknowledge that these are things that do actually cause some problems for people sometimes, right? Like there is a situation where, you run into two groups of people with fundamentally opposed ideas, and the result is not always people sitting down, in front of the fireplace having a very reasonable conversation over brandies. It can be very ugly in some situations. And as always, you control how you behave in certain situations. You do your best to, behave as the sort of person that you either are or you want to become. Sometimes just faking it until you make it is the right strategy, right? If you are not a naturally generous person, try tipping a little bit more, try sharing a little bit more with some people. And eventually you'll sort of find that is a habit that you build. And so sometimes, learning to become a little more tolerant in views, if you find that there are people who annoy you a lot, that can sometimes happen as well. Although again, you never want to become servile on things, because there are actually some things that are worth sort of taking a stand and fighting for. But obviously it is more persuasive to really hear what people are saying and to be able to, you don't have to agree with them, but to at least be able to understand where they are coming from. That can be a very valuable skill that's learned, and it comes easier for some than others. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm monologuing. I don't know if that answered your question, but I'm hoping, I'm hoping it was honest enough to to let you feel better about your own position. Nearly Logical, how are you doing? You're here to take a stand for Hush House. Also, hello all. Good to see you, Nearly Logical. I hung out in Sweep's channel for a little bit. I can't remember if I saw you there or not, but not that I'm taking attendance for her. But I'm always happy to see you here. I hope you're doing well. By the way, if anybody has any of their own experiences to talk about, I'm sure Nincompoodle would appreciate the perspectives. I certainly don't mean to make this all about me. Okay, so for our moth attempts at Sacralamea... I mean, one of the things that I really like about the new place that I'm going, the building is beautiful. It's a lot like my old university campus. I actually said that to the person who was giving me the tour because I didn't realize I was getting a tour. I was actually on my way to something related to a security check that they were doing on me, which had some awkward questions. Yeah, I obviously liked university a lot, and I'm happy the place that I'm going has a little bit of that quality. It feels like so. That's true, but I don't know. I feel one nice thing. So actually, if we ever talk about computing things, it's kind of interesting because we've got a couple of people who are regulars here: Index Gnome and Nearly Logical. And I am basically a dilettante when it comes to programming stuff. Like I know enough, right? Like, so I know, I know a little bit more. So I had a conversation in the local game dev meetup with someone, and like they introduced a concept. They're like, "Oh, sorry, do you know what such and such is?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's X, Y, or Z." So I think it was like typing or something, like statically typed. And I'm like, "Yeah, it's X, Y, Z." And then I think there was like 4 or 5 of that, and he's like, "Why do you say you don't really know programming?" And I'm like, "Well, like if you asked me to design a system, like I'm not going to architect it in a way that any sane programmer is going to make sense of, right? It's going to be this spaghetti nonsense." But yeah, like, so I know my way around, but like I know enough that I'm not contributing meaningfully to any code that people are writing. So yeah, the advantage of not making it all about me is that we've got Index Gnome and Nearly Logical who are practicing, programmers. They derive a living from this, and they're obviously very knowledgeable. And of course, this is a little bit of the virtue that I'm talking about in terms of going to the academy, is that when you run into that diversity of views, and again, for me, the big one for me has always been like encountering people who are smarter than you or better than you at something, because it gives you this drive to become better. And it, like, again, that requires its own mindset, right? Like there can be that level of discouragement that you get by seeing someone who's better. It's like, oh, I'm never going to be that good. Or alternatively, this person's better than me, I need to undermine them. I've had that happen to me in a workplace by someone. It's actually one of the reasons why I'm leaving the place where I am. Like, I'm fine where I am right now, but there was a pretty clear episode of that, which definitely gave me pause in terms of whether or not this was an environment that I wanted to stay in. So, but again, if you have a certain temperament, being exposed to people who are more knowledgeable than you, or people who even if they're not more knowledgeable, they have an expertise and a skill set that you don't have that specialty in. That can be really special just because you get so much more out of it. We've talked about writing a few times in the stream, and I'm not going to try and suggest that the articles that I write are always like the last word on any given topic. In fact, I often feel that the shorter ones that I've been trying to do lately have been, they've very often been less than what I would want to say on the subject, but they have been meeting that requirement that I write something that's under 1,000 words. it would be nice if I had a few more indications that they were good articles, because it could just be that I'm doing crummy articles that are short as opposed to slightly better articles that are long. But the thing I frequently say about the writing is I have no interest in people telling me things that I already know or I want to hear. What I often want to do is learn something new or gain a perspective that I wouldn't have otherwise heard. And that stuff can be tricky because that is the type of writing that isn't always rewarded. So it's, again, it's a temperament thing, but in my view, it is one that is, I can't necessarily call myself a success, but it does seem to at least align well with people who I would consider successful. And I'm sure there are people who have the complete opposite, temperament and are successful. I don't have the examples of them that I would in the other cases. It makes me think of something you used to do. And yeah, if I could go to academia, there is a side of me that wonders if I should have gone for a PhD. And I know it's competitive to try and get a role in academia and econ. So I don't know if I would have done well in that process, but I definitely I got all the textbooks. I basically interrogated all of the profs. I got all the textbooks for the PhD courses, and I'm self-studying that stuff. I'm too interested in the subject not to do that, but there is something about the structure of a class that focuses the mind for sure. But yeah, sorry, Nick says that makes me think of something I used to often. Well, it does matter a bit what the content is. Could be something not very interesting in itself, but if the person sharing it is very knowledgeable and good at it, it makes it way more interesting to watch or enjoy. Yeah. So I studied under a professor named Erwin Dewart, who is probably not a name that you would be familiar with, but he is a very significant researcher in price index theory. So this is the kind of all of the study and the kind of the whole reasoning behind how we calculate the measures of inflation that we have. And one of the reasons why I took that course was because it sounded quite dry. And the thing is that it's very easy for me to study subjects that I'm already interested in. So economic growth is a fascinating subject, right? It is how we live in more prosperous societies. It's how, people get paid more. It's how we, bring about a lot of very positive things. So there's a quote from Robert E. Lucas, once you start thinking about growth, it's hard to think about anything else. And he's referring to this as the two main areas in which macroeconomists have been studying things. There's business cycles, sort of the boom and bust periods. And he sort of talks about if you could smooth all of this out, you'd maybe be adding, some small number in terms of annual GDP growth. But he says when you consider the implications of, and you list a number of different things in terms of economic growth, and then quantifies that in these very stark terms of what that means to people's lives, that was his setup to that. Once you start thinking about growth, it's hard to think about anything else. So those are textbooks I find very easy to open up because that is just such an interesting and important thing to think about. Whereas if somebody says, okay, we're going to learn the difference between a passionless bears index and why would you chain the index as opposed to not chaining it? And is it even possible to measure changes, in the price level? Because the intuitive way of doing it, it turns out to be impossible. All of these different things on its own doesn't seem very interesting. But first of all, Dewart is a very sharp guy. So I'm very happy that I studied under him. But number two, it actually wound up being a very interesting course, which I've wound up trying to do some gaming related things off of. Precisely because, the manuals for it are all publicly available. Like the IMF publishes one for producers, and maybe they also do the consumer one now that I think of it. But anyways, there's price index manuals, there's, lots of statistical agencies in the world that are studying these things, and there are people criticizing those indices, saying that, maybe they're poorly constructed for different reasons. But, this is a great example of something that sounds if I were to talk about this in a party, I would be completely on my own in that part of the room. People have opinions about inflation, but nobody has an opinion about how you calculate those indices unless it directly affects their pay. which is why seniors vote so much. But yeah, easily one of the most valuable courses I've taken, just in terms of even sorry, I just read Nearly Logical's subject. It's just such an interesting, like, the weirdest things turn out to be fascinating if you just have the right angle. I love that statement, by the way. So Nearly Logical says, one of the things I like about SC is that even though we are reasonably aligned, the path he takes to get there is completely different than what I would ever take. It's one of the reasons why I wind up writing the articles that I do. I've wanted to write an article that is basically why I write such disagreeable things. Because I do tend to find that there is a tendency for some of the stuff that I write for people to have a very strong response, mostly like along the lines of like political alignment or something like that. And I'm like, but it's the same conclusion. It's just I founded it on something different that I think is maybe a little bit more robust. And it could be totally wrong. I'm not trying to say that like anybody who disagrees with me is an idiot. But yeah, I do know that I have a weird way of getting there on things. And I'm not sure why, but I do know it's something that's been true about me for my whole life. So as a consequence, I wasn't done with Sacrum Lamea, actually. I've tried not really to embrace it. I mean, obviously you want to be convincing, and you want to try and give people a reason to kind of come along with whatever insanity you're talking about. But I've also kind of recognized that like there is a way that I go about things, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So I'm kind of happy that somebody else has commented on that. All right. Okay, so memory will give us a name day riddle. Honey is also skin shuck. No liquid yet. No Glassfinger. Ascendant Harmony, I believe, here. So that gives us a Daedumos. And then wood. Okay, so then we've got the Mazarine Fife. So the two that we haven't tried here would be the liquid and the Glassfinger toxin. Now I wouldn't expect any results out of these, but we can give it a shot. So we can put the Glassfinger toxin in here. Although I suppose the question is, what else am I going to get to make this work? I can just randomly throw things together, but that doesn't necessarily translate to much. Yeah, I mean, what did I think was going to happen? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try the Mazarine Fife with the Sacrolamea. Yeah, well, I'm looking for a number of different recipes, but right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to record the different things that I've attempted. So bit of an economics dilettante. I'm in the middle of challenging your axioms, and growth is currently in the crosshairs for me. That's a neat way. Yeah, that's actually a nice way of putting it. So this is the big challenge, right? Like, and I've been wanting to try and write this article a lot too, is that the economy is really important and it affects everybody's lives. So the thing here is that I don't think it's wrong for non-experts to comment on the economy. And I realize that is not an attitude that everyone has, right? You know, there's always sort of this, well, we need to respect the experts. We need to respect the experts. It's like, of course, you know, expertise is an important thing. But the analogy I like to draw is that an expert will tell you the consequences of certain actions. but an expert can't necessarily tell you your values. And I think trying to go to an expert for values it's a little bit like, the analogy I like to make is that, if you go to your banker, and like, they're going to give you a savings plan, right? I mean, usually they're just going to try and get you to buy a bunch of mutual funds or something. But like, the idea here is that, it's appropriate for you to say, like, okay, I'm looking to get a down payment for a house or something like that, and like my goal is 5 years or so on and so forth. And they'll ask you there's like the know your client stuff, so they'll ask you a little bit about where the money's coming from, what your net worth is, how knowledgeable you are on investments, and so on and so forth. And they'll make a recommendation. But the thing that you can't really do is that, like, when you have some money, and it's in these accounts, and like you say, what should I spend the money on? They have absolutely no information on what you should spend the money on that is of value to you, right? Like, it's like if you were to ask me, what should I spend the money on? I'm like, well, obviously a subscription to this channel. But no, like, the serious answer to that is, like, I have absolutely no idea. Like, the only really appropriate answer for me to make there would be, like, if your necessities have been taken care of and you don't have some clear goal. Thank you, Nearly Logical. Always be closing. But like, if you don't have a clear goal on what you're trying to do with your money, there is nothing that I can say, or a clear target that you're going for, right? So like down payment on a house or something like that. There's really nothing that I can say that has any assurance to be aligned with your values. So like, my temperament, and this is true for a lot of my life, has usually been to save, right? So I do tend to sock away quite a bit in different kinds of accounts. And that can be good, but the thing is that if I live my life like that, like, all the time, then I'm going to be, a wealthy entry in the cemetery, right? The money I have saved will have accomplished absolutely nothing for me. And that could be fine, right? Maybe I want to leave a legacy for, the family I don't have. Or, maybe I want to leave something to, a foundation that I really value or something like that. But here's the thing, right? Like, if I were to say, oh, you should save it, it's like, okay, well, that's fine, but that's kicking the can down the road. And then I say, oh, you know what? You should buy Elden Ring with it. Like, buy Elden Ring and that will make you happy. Well, if you don't like FromSoft games, buying Elden Ring is a terrible suggestion. So again, an expert will tell you, like, what will happen if you do a certain thing. So like, you probably don't need an economist to tell you, like, don't shut down the stock exchanges for a year. This will, it will have irreparable economic damage. But, if a society gets together and says that, stock markets are immoral and we're going to do a year without one, there's only so much that you can do with that, right? Like, if people have collectively decided that this is what they value, then they're going to go ahead and do it. And it's just, they can't like turn around and say, oh no, this terrible consequence has visited us. If only we knew. So yeah, I also hoard. That's a good point, Ninkapoodle. I also extend my saving to Hush House, it would seem. I'm the opposite of Thirza Blake. But yeah, so like, this is the thing. So I'm not gonna lie, like, it does get annoying sometimes when people kind of give out some of the old saws. So like, every once in a while I'll hear the term like late stage capitalism. And like, I don't even know what this means anymore, right? Like, I know what it means in the sense of like Marxism, and I understand like what people are trying to talk about, but like, when everything is late stage capitalism, it seems to me like this is just capitalism, right? And usually it's going to be some equivalent of, I'm kind of mad at the current ordering of society, and I'm going to blame money for it, right? And this is completely fine because money actually does enable a whole lot of things in society, right? So it's not wrong to look at that as something that enables, because it is something that enables, right? It's the way that instead of me riffing on economics for 5 or 10 minutes to buy my groceries, I do the econ thinking over at the place that hires me, and the grocer gets money that they can then go and get something that they actually value, like Elden Ring. I've never played Elden Ring, by the way. I don't know why I'm using that as an example. But yeah, so in the end, there are absolutely some very common things that people say. So here's an example. One of the things that drives me completely bananas is when the name greedflation, right? The idea that inflation is being driven by the greed of corporations. Because the thing that is so bizarre about that belief is that it means that there is a time when corporations are not greedy, right? My view is actually aligned with a lot of my very lefty friends, that corporations are maximally greedy at all times. So the problem with that is that it is inconsistent to believe that, there's this great benevolence in which the corporation suddenly forgot their greed and we had these low or stable prices for such a long time, and that somehow between COVID and the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that all of a sudden this is the thing that woke the corporations out of their greedy slumbers. If you have a problem and someone asks why socioeconomic forces is probably the correct, if not useful answer. Yeah, absolutely. So the thing is that it's absolutely valid for people to have opinions about the economy because it affects them. And we need to make some very hard decisions about how we allocate society's resources because we can't do everything that we want, right? It is a study of scarcity, and the choices that people make in the face of scarcity. And there is this tendency, I notice, especially on Twitter, for people who are experts on a subject to try and say that, a layperson's view on a given subject is somehow invalid. And again, if someone is trying to talk about a conclusion, right? So again, this is the thing I was going to say. I'm not trying to say that people can't be mad about raising prices. I'm mad about raising prices. I don't have a salary that's indexed to inflation. I'm getting paid less in real terms every time we have inflation that's greater than zero. I think it's foolish when economists say, or not economists, when politicians say they want an inflation rate of zero. And we can get into that if you really want. But the thing is that they don't need my permission to be mad about this stuff. But if somebody does want to say something to the effect of here is this, here are some consequences of, the following policies, right? Not to get into political topics that are going to make people mad, but when people are talking about the consequences of Brexit, right? There can be disagreements around models. There can be disagreements around approaches. But if someone is trying to tell you that up is down, or that, decoupling from something that is a major importer with no plan, that's the sort of thing that can be legitimately criticized in the name of expertise. The collective decision that people make as to whether or not they're willing to incur those costs is not something that the expert can say, right? That's why we live in democracies. For those of us that live in democracies, I'm assuming if you don't live in a democracy, you're probably not watching this channel. But yeah, and I mean, it sucks, right? Because I don't really talk about my individual political beliefs online a whole lot. I am quite political. I have worked on multiple political campaigns at both the municipal, provincial, and federal level. And I've actually worked for parties that I would never vote for myself because money, conservative money is the same as liberal money and vice versa. The thing is that it's not really relevant, right? My values are my own. I think I can make some persuasive arguments as to why certain ways of going about things might be better than others. But, you know, honestly, like as a political person, most of the time the people who I want to see get into office don't get elected, right? Obviously, if I'm working on the campaign, they do a better job than getting elected than otherwise. But no, like seriously, like, you know, I very often wind up in a situation where the collective decision of my, you know, municipality, my province, my, you know, my riding is the exact opposite of what I want. And the only thing is that you know, these are the rules that I agreed to play under, right? A deal's a deal. You know, we're outsourcing the work of trying to sort out all of our differences to these maniacs who go off to our various political institutions, and then I don't need to think about them as much anymore. But yeah, anyway, sorry, that was a huge rambling, you know, digression, but that's the big one. I did kind of want to address that just when you're talking about going into the econ stuff, because like I you know, again, when it comes down to growth things, like it's an active field of research. Like there's lots of interesting stuff that you can read about, and you can and there's legitimate disagreements, right? Like probably not the disagreements that people very often make a big deal out of. So someone like once asked me if I was a saltwater or freshwater economist. I'm like, I have no idea what that means. And then I looked it up, and I'm like, okay, so this is like, you know, Chicago school or versus whatever. So like they're kind of asking if I'm a libertarian or not. And then I found out it's like, oh, okay, this is like Paul Krugman. And like Paul Krugman apparently makes a really big deal about the saltwater and freshwater thing. I've never heard an economist other than him talk about those terms. So yeah, I mean, that's not a bad way of putting it. I mean, again, like corporations are absolutely legitimate targets of criticism. Like, you know, if there are companies that do very good things, and there are companies that do quite horrible things. So, you know, and my view is we're countries of laws, so they should be held to account for the actions that they take. Yeah, I'm not an anti-corporate individual at all. I mean, my usual joke is if I give a talk at a local game dev meetup, I usually try and find like whatever the most like conservative free market politician in the group is, because like usually it's not. Whenever I was working in film, most of the people I were working with were more conservative in their beliefs because they were wealthy. But I do tend to find, at least among the indie developers, you'll tend to find more progressive political beliefs. You know. Either starving artists or creatives or whatever, but like generally there's this association with, you know, sort of creative industries and more progressive politics. So usually if I'm giving a talk at a indie thing, not that I do that a whole lot, but I usually try and find like the most sort of right-wing libertarian free markets kind of politician, and I start the talk with, it's like, as small business owners, I think you can appreciate that, you know, so and so's policies are you are the best, and I'm going to talk about how this will work. And like one time I actually had somebody start talking to like shut me up, but usually it gets a laugh, and then I move on to the real subject of the talk. But I think you've all figured out I'm a little bit of a troll. I can't remember if I tried the Mazarine Fife. I think I did. Yeah, I got a false on that. So let's make some progress, because it's been like, you know, an hour and a half, and I haven't actually unpaused the game. In fact, I really do want to check out some of these various skills, but I've enjoyed the chat, but I think I'm actually going to try and get the Oriflamme's offer, and we'll maybe just go through the rest of these as I you know, as the day kind of goes by. So like Rights of the Roots is an example of something that I want to take a look at. Do I have a Nectar tab? No. Pale Mommet, a gently twitching little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. It's cold. It's always cold. It's grateful for my warmth. Yeah, well, I mean, I feel sometimes bad about the VODs because, I mean, like, one of the things, I do feel a little salty whenever I get these comments. So, like, there was one where I was, like, looking for Numa or something like that, and there's some comments like, it would have been nice to have, to know when Numa comes. And I'm like, well, it's a live broadcast. Like, I don't know when Numa's coming, right? And so, like, yeah, there's the timestamp function in YouTube, but like, I'm struggling to make sure that these things get on the screen like on time. So I do sometimes feel bad for the VOD people because obviously, if you're like, the chat isn't visible on the VODs, and so sometimes people, it's like hearing, like there was some study done in terms of like why people talking on the phone can be annoying. And it's because the determination apparently was that because you can only hear one half of the conversation, it becomes very bad. Like, so apparently it's less annoying if you were able to hear the other side of the conversation. And so I have to imagine that, like, when I go off the rails on some of the Book of Hours stuff, that can be challenging for people, and I'm kind of conscious of that. The only thing I can say, right, is that when I'm doing a live broadcast, the effort is to try and do the sort of live broadcast that people are into, and like, I'm really grateful that you're all here to be able to have these kinds of exchanges. I like it. Obviously, I like to talk, and I like to be able to talk with interesting people who have their own views on things. So, this is what all of you bring to the channel. And so, I suppose the best that I can say is that just like when it comes down to the content, like in the end, the YouTube stuff will have digressions, but like, it's a little bit more like it, at the very least, like the conversational elements are specifically dedicated to the viewer. And so, I kind of just have to throw myself on the mercy of the court and say that, like, there is a certain format here, and obviously it matters, what platform I'm on in terms of how I'll carry myself. Okay, I do actually want to sort out this right to the roots thing, though, so I am going to pause again. But the difference here is the things that I will pause for are when I don't have a spreadsheet entry for them. Okay. And this is another one of these, it could be anything. So for beverage, I swear it's got to be Lethe that we can work with here, but name day riddle. Okay. Parvis Oraclanus, right? Yeah. That's right, Oracle Sinus. Sorry, just formatting something here. You know what? We can deal with that later. All right, and is there an easy one for me to try? Don't think Liquid's gonna cut it here. So I think I am gonna try the Lethe just to see. Okay. So doesn't really do anything as a nectar entry, but okay, also doesn't give us so what I'm going to do here is I'll just duplicate the sheet for nectar, assuming we don't already have it. And like I said, I don't want to turn this into a full record-keeping session, but I figure what I can try I can at least I can kind of reduce this stuff down to the entries that I don't already have, and then that clears up the time for Friday's broadcast. Okay. Yeah, so there's not much else for me to do with the nectar. Inks of Containment, I believe, is a lantern and moth. Oh, sorry, no. Inks of Containment is lantern, moon and winter. So for that one, we are short the... Okay, I'm actually kind of curious. If we have Auroral Contemplation... No, not Auroral... Inks of Revelation. So Inks of Revelation, our 15s were Uzalt and Porphyryne. So in theory, if Inks of Containment acts in the same way, so maybe there is a moon... maybe there is a moon ink, but maybe it behaves like... I'm wondering if it behaves like the Inks of Revelation and it gives another of the Incastum. So I noticed that it doesn't actually say that these Incastum inks are like Inks of Containment or Revelation. I suppose it would be implied that Nilikant is an ink of containment. Now it's hard to see the Orpiment Exultant as being an ink of containment. I would imagine that that is an ink of power. And then there's Maricat, the Incastum Terminale of the 5th history, the color of the principle that once occupied the place that heart does now. In the 5th history itself, the cult of Maricat was everywhere suppressed, but it's sometimes been venerated otherwise. So I might have guessed that this would have been an ink of power, but I suppose I could be convinced. Although, again, I don't really have an easy way of thinking. Actually, you know what? Sorry, give me a second here. I might have this in my Word document. Yep, Lethe is Lethe plus Nectar and Inks of Power. I'm gonna guess that that gives me Maricat, so I'm actually gonna try that right now. Ah, now I see why it's so difficult. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a hard one. Probably the Noctinary. No. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to see this supporting Rose. Okay. Also makes Porphyryne. I wonder if Porphyryne is available even with Inks of Containment. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any Nectar memories, so I'm sort of stuck. I can add maybe the Sacrament Malachite? Nope, don't want that. Okay, I'm definitely going to need to put a little more concentration on that. But yeah, this one is a bit beyond my capabilities right now. We can build ourselves up, and now it suggests a meal would be welcome, so let's feed some beasties. As you can see, I'm all over the map in terms of my priorities right now, but we are making some progress towards the basics. We'll use... I think I should be using the things that I can renew first. So satisfy this creature's appetite. Alright, we've read Wrapped in the King, so that gives me my Earth sign. In the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace, in Egg-Vein and Shell Shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. An earth sign is an auspice traced on the cloaked shape of the earth, perceptible to the sensitive, interpreted only by the wise. Okay. I'm trying to make it so that these things are, like, the plates are constantly spinning. I think I'm going to see if I can figure out what's going on with Porphyryne. But the sad thing is I don't actually remember... there was a way that we made this work. I think it might have been the Nocturnary now that I think of it. But I'm actually struggling to remember how I made this work out. Ooh, that's already ugly. Good lord. Okay. No, this is a non-starter. Like, I need to somehow get 10, and one of those is going to be occupied by the Ichor Auroral. Okay, so Inks of Containment doesn't work here. The FET doesn't work there. Yeah, so that's a non-starter for the Rose. I was wondering if I could do something with the Malachite, but I don't think that really works. Maybe. Again, same problem. I can't put the liquid that I need. Well, hang on. Let's not give up yet. Yep. Oh, but I'm still one short. Sacre bleu. What did I do last time to make this work? Oh, hang on. No. Ichor rolls 4 or 3? 2? I'm not even close. Yeah, so it's pretty much got to be a Rose. It's got to be Rose aspected to be able to take advantage of the right memory. Oh wait, was the Rowanarium might have been the one. Yeah, actually I think because it had I don't think this works though. But I'm willing to follow the weirdness to see where it takes me. Right, well we ditched the occult scrap. Okay, Horizon Sight. Why don't you like Horizon Sight? Right. Okay. You'll definitely enjoyed your time. You do plan to stop by again, but you have a friend now spamming you. You must go. Not a problem at all, Nincompoodle. You did a lovely job of keeping me company for the 2/3 of my stream. I'll probably go a little bit later tonight, but I do have my duties to my workplace too. So we'll see how far we can take all of this. But again, it was a lot of fun having you around. I hope your friend is kind to you in terms of your truancy. But you've made a good impression. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the conversation. And I'm looking forward for a chance when we will talk again. Okay. I'm stuck with this feeling like clearly we got the Porphyryne under very similar circumstances in the previous run. So this is like one of these cases where this is something I should be able to do. But there is also this haunting fear of like, is this really the most important thing I could be doing right now? Like this one doesn't work at all. That wouldn't take Fett. Oh yeah, it was the Chrysalis that... Yeah, well that's not going to work with the... It's not going to work with the Inks of Containment. Yeah, okay. I'm going to put this on the too tricky pile, and we will consider other things to do. Okay, the Flushed Mommet, a crimson-stained little cloth doll with merry button eyes and a frill of twitching ribbons. It's not alive, or not very. It is hungry, but not very. And it gives us a free regret. Okay, so... I'm thinking... Probably... The way I want to handle some of this... so one thing I do want to talk about is Good King Henry, who I don't know as much as I think most of the fans of this game will know, but there's some fun to talk about here. But I think I'm going to focus on reading a new book first, and then maybe we can wrap up with stories of Henry. Oriflammes, thanks you for your customs. The Alloy of the White Rose, an account by Mistress Whiteflower of the alchemical techniques favored by the House of York, also identified with the Dawn Road. These techniques failed to bring them victory in the War of the Roads, but they are not to be discounted. This is going to involve some rearranging of the library when all is said and done, but let's get some reading in. Hang on. Ah, Mystery 10. Okay. If I add the site, I'm still short 2. Oh, this is crazy. I might actually have to commit something a little bit more. No, what am I saying? Read the book. I can master this mystery, enough lantern to match mystery lantern. So what I'd like to do, we've got the Alloy of the White Rose, and then we also have the Amalgam of the Red Rose, an account by Mistress Redflower of the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately led to their victory in the War of the Roads, but are described as now debased. So there's a reference to a debasement elsewhere, but of course we also have these roses, which presumably are related to... to the War of the Roses. A full belly makes a helpful friend. This beastie is now inclined to cooperate. Okay, we will now commit the vegetables to resentful Terrence. Cluck, cluck. Oh, it's Terrence, not Tuppence. Shouldn't have made that mistake. Let's use our Fett here. Feed the beastie. Satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. And apparently I haven't been making money today, so let's commit the medal. And after that, I think... Oh, we didn't even bring in Reverend Timothy, so I don't have a free shop to bring him in with, but I can use the Whist. May not be available for a whole lot, but you know what? Sometimes it's just nice to have Reverend Timothy around. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Now, here's a question for you. Let's think of some of the various societies and groups that we've encountered. So we've got the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. We've got the Church of the Unconquered Sun. We've got the Sovereigns of the Leash Flame, the Ordo Lamea, the Obliviates, the House of Leith, the Society of Noble Endeavor. In terms of those groups, are there any particular loyalties or favorites or allegiances? Other groups that I would maybe like, there's groups and then there's locations. So there's also like the various libraries. So there's the Hostorium, the Invisible Serapeum. I mean, I don't know if the Invisible Serapeum really counts as kind of like a faction or something like that. It's a little hard to, like, the Hostorium definitely seems to be, but I don't know if like what would it mean to talk about Hush House as a faction? It kind of feels like it's on its own. Although the Curia or the DeWolf certainly would be something sort of to reckon with. But I'm curious if there's any feelings about these different groups in the setting. If anybody has any favorites or preferences. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. I'm also going to prepare the way for the amalgam of Red Rose, so we're going to need to move another one of these things up. Manual for departure, Kanishka. You know what? We'll take Kanishka the Spider's Door and. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay, night has fallen. Dawn will come soon, so late night chat with Timothy. Okay, the Alloy of the White Rose, an account by Mistress Whiteflower of the alchemical techniques favored by the House of York, also identified with the Dawn Road. These techniques failed to bring them victory in the War of the Roads, but they are not to be discounted. The author asserts proudly that the Dawn Road ends in the Second Dawn, and hints darkly that the downfall of the House of York was Grail sabotage. Mistress Whiteflower urges a history of Uzalt where the Second Dawn may come to pass. Already ahead of you. She identifies Xanthotic Essence as Uzalt's predecessor. She explains that with sufficient lantern, bitter black salts can be purified to Xanthotic Essence, and Iotic Essence can be exalted to Xanthotic Essence. I do believe we have these recipes already. But here we've got purifications and exaltations. We've got a memory revelation, so that's going to be one that I add to my personal log here, because this is a new book for me. Okay. So that's going to give me a little bit to work with. Purifications and exaltations, I believe. Oh yeah, we're taking that all the way to the top. All right. It's not a hardship. Just means that I'm going to spend a little more time working on some of these. Now, it's pretty clear that I'm not going to be able to get this all the way overnight, so let's just see what memories I can keep. I can take my revelation. And I suppose I could have waited to see what Reverend Timothy gives me, but... Alright, as they used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So today's priority is going to be leveling up purifications and exaltations, just so I can get that out of the way before I worry about any of the other things. But I am going to at least be able to talk with Reverend Timothy and otherwise kind of take care of my immediate needs. And then after that, I don't know, I can maybe do a little bit more recipe hunting. Alright, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Okay, Trista's never coming back to what it used to be. Let's go... So technically I can use this Newman as well, but the best bet for me in this case is to actually just write down what I'm trying to do here. And sorry, just bear with me a second. Oh, I am also curious. So, some of you probably are on LinkedIn. So, I got this delightful message from LinkedIn, and I'm assuming, like, this is part of their efforts to find growth in a time when Microsoft is making a lot of cuts. I am Name, and I work at LinkedIn, where I advise finance and economy thought leaders on how to grow their audience and expand their reach through a combination of content strategy and exclusive opportunities with LinkedIn News. I do this via an invite-only program where attendees learn about content strategy, LinkedIn best practices, exclusive opportunities with LinkedIn News, and more. You've been identified as a strong voice within the industry, and I would love to have you join the next onboarding session on time. During this session, I will cover how I can support you, best practices for posting on the platform, and various ways to be featured within LinkedIn News. Reserve your spot today. Sign up here. If you're unable to attend on the date but are interested in attending future session, please complete this interest form. Best wishes, senior computing manager, etc., etc. Now, I haven't touched my I have been in a job search, and I haven't touched my LinkedIn. That's got to be years at this point. You have never seen that, but then I keep a very low profile. Yeah, so like I have not touched my LinkedIn in years. I have occasionally used it to message someone I happen to know is more available on LinkedIn than they are on like my other ways of connecting with people. So I love this idea that I am somehow an economics thought leader on a platform that I have never never really used. I've definitely never posted anything relevant on it. There is a side of me, because like I do occasionally check in on the Reddit, like the subreddit LinkedIn Lunatics, and there is like the my my kid, we were supposed to do a science fair, and my kid really looks up to Elon Musk, so he made his own launcher, a suborbital satellite launcher, and they went in and he flew it up into the sky, and it blew up and it set the school on fire, and then he said failure is just as important to success. He quoted Thomas Edison and said, I've not failed. I've just found, a way of not succeeding in it. And all the parents clapped, and he received $5 million in seed funding, this kind of insanity. And like, apparently LinkedIn is kind of mad that this is what's happening on their platform. They do want it to retain a respectability. But the thing is that because I've seen that there is a side of me that wants to just start writing fiction and do things that are more unhinged than the made up kids and the hustle culture kind of dreck that's currently choking the platform. Like, do things that are obviously I frankly think that there should be more Lovecraftian comedy. I am mad that there is not more Lovecraftian comedy. So like business oriented, Lovecraftian econ comedy, right? Now apparently augmented with knowledge of how to work with the platform. So there's actually a side of me that wants to follow up. I mean, obviously, they're relying on a sales technique here, right? Like exclusivity, scarcity. These are all this is like very transparent what they're doing here. But I don't know, like, why not take the opportunity? Actually, hang on, just let me take a second here. Oh, I'm gonna be at work. I wonder if there's a way I can make that work. I am all for business-oriented Lovecraftian humor. I will actually say, so special, make sure it's real, though, scammers beat. Yeah, no, it absolutely is. So, like, I have no intention whatsoever of actually, I have no intention of actually, like, giving up something valuable here. The thing is that, like, it is a legit, like, LinkedIn address here. And there are a couple of other, I mean, like, there's usually just like some common sense that you put together. I imagine the scam is that, I mean, LinkedIn is very aggressive in trying to sell you a subscription. And like, it is so very obvious here that, like, I am not an influencer. Like, I love the fact that they call me a thought leader in this, because I say thought leader when I want to piss people off, right? That there is no more, like, rage-inducing phrase for someone to self-apply than thought leader. I actually kind of want to have business cards made that have thought leader on it, just for the trolling capabilities. But so far as I can tell, this is a legitimate email from LinkedIn. And, like, again, I'm just assuming that actually, there are two possibilities here. Either this is just standard sales techniques that are being applied to everyone, so everyone is eventually going to get this exclusive offer, right? That is my first impression on it. There is a slightly different answer to this, though, which is that the way that they're determining this is not necessarily... It's not necessarily the it's not necessarily the output that you have, but rather they're looking at the oh, that's a good one. Nearly logical. Actually, I should ask you about that, but yeah, I was actually just thinking, like, maybe the other thing that they're looking for is, like, they've done the analysis of the social network. So essentially, like, again, I'm going to have to assume that the measure here is that I would be bridging two influential groups as opposed to actually being a well-connected individual myself. But maybe what they've done is they've actually analyzed the network, and what they're trying to look for are influence points. And then, of course, casting the wide net, because not everyone's going to take the deal. I think most people are going to think this is a scam, and it could be, right? But my suspicion here would be either this is an email everyone is going to get, and then essentially they've classified, certain accounts. I mean, it's not hard to figure out. I'm an economist based on my work history, right? But I imagine here that the other thing that they're looking for is some measure of centrality. I hit the threshold and I got the email. Either way, I mean, this is as long as this is legit. Like, there's a certain point as to how weird the rabbit hole gets. And I'll be honest with you, I have been wanting to do, like, small fiction on LinkedIn for a while anyway, so this might actually be the thing that pushes me over the edge. So, but about your business card, I love this. So for the benefit of those watching the VOD who have not just completely checked out on the fact that this is essentially a Just Talking stream today, the business card reads, I had a business card, not have, but I am a 1/10x programmer, fixer of all the things your 10x programmers broke. So it's not like 10x is a thing that's exclusive to programming, but definitely like eventually the whole 10x programmer meme sort of washed up on my shores. Has this been like a long-standing thing? And like all of those people who are busy doing the like they change their desktop backgrounds and like they whatever. Like was this a long-term thing that finally just washed up on the shores of normies like myself, or is this something that like programmers found out about the time that the rest of the world found out? I've always wondered about that, because like to me, to a certain extent, it's just the Pareto principle again. Like realistically, I think that's kind of what they're doing. It's just repackaging that old idea. But I am kind of curious if this is if this is actually something that has been talked about for more than just the hustle culture Silicon Valley bro dude. I lifted weights while I was in CS outfit. None of those things are bad on their own, by the way, but in a combination, it's really intolerable. All right, let's get some memories. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. You've been hearing about it since you left uni, so for at least 15 years. Okay, yeah. I kind of thought so. Like, I do occasionally read Paul Graham, so that does give me a bit of an insight to sort of 90s era. He was 90s era, right? I mean, he's still writing, obviously, but like, ViaWeb was like his big thing. Old person Shopify is probably the better name for it, but I don't know if he's ever actually said 10x. But like I said, I mean, to me, like the idea basically seems to be a rebranding of the Pareto principle, or whatever the name. I know there's a few related concepts to Pareto's thing. 80-20 rule, another name that it goes by, but I mean, again, like sometimes these things have longer histories than I get to directly experience. Like I said, it's why it's a bit of an advantage to have interesting people in an audience, because I get to learn what the truth is. All right, let's try The Wind's Ruin, maybe? This is one where I actually want to take some time to look at some new books. Actually, we could do the Intimations of Skin, fiendishly complex, weirdly distorted illustrations of Congress and anatomy by the haunted visionary painter Niels Friedrich Malsker. It was an early study into software engineering that showed that some programmers were doing 10 times what others were doing. Fair enough. Although I suppose it's good to know that actually does have some basis in terms of an actual study. I mean, obviously studies very frequently are used to promote things that they are not intended to, but could do the Black Book of Brittany or the Book of the Extinguished. Let's do Black Book of Brittany. Cheerful Ditty. I think I'll do Instruments of the Heart here, just because I haven't done that in a while. Instruments of the Heart, I seem to remember was Abbas. Confounding Parable. Sorry, just a second here. I want to see. I think I'm going to read The Snare of the Tree because we just uncursed it. Still better than the goal-setting paper that every leadership book has. That paper has never What's the goal-setting paper? Yeah, well, like, here's the other thing, too, like, nearly logical. Like, I often tend to think that the Pareto principle is misused and it is, like, over-applied. I mean, there's so many other concepts that are misapplied. I don't think the Pareto principle is unique for that. But, like, I'm sure you know, like, the origins of that was, you know, he did a study on land ownership in Italy. And, like, you know, just generally found like 80% of the land was held by 20% of the people. And that generally there were a number of observed relationships that wound up having this sort of 80-20 division. And, you know, there's a Pareto distribution, and that largely models sort of the 80-20 power law relationship and so on and so forth. And like power law distributions are actually kind of a problem for me, because there is definitely some indication that incomes sort of follow a power law distribution. And I think there's a very good argument that game sales follow these kinds of distributions. And the difficulty with those is that I believe those, I think the Pareto distribution under certain circumstances, which would likely be true for income and game sales, doesn't have a second moment, I believe. And like there's a theorem that sort of says if you do not have the lower moments if you have the one, or maybe it's the other way around, that if you have like this higher moment, then you have the ones before. So essentially it means that you don't have a variance. And so like this is important to me because I did write an article on sort of saying that it's really important for a lot of these wish list articles to actually, like, it's meaningless for people to calculate a Boxleiter number unless we have a variance alongside of it, because we can't meaningfully compare two periods. So people talk about the quote-unquote new Boxleiter number. And I can believe that there has been a change in that relationship over the history of Steam. The challenge is that we don't know, because we don't know the variances of the two samples that were drawn. And so if we have this highly variant sample, which is very likely, then it's possible that, you know, the observed difference, even though it practically seems very large, statistically it might be indistinguishable from what we've previously identified. And a lot of people do put faith in the Boxleiter number, or what's happening is that sort of people are moving on to the new fashionable measures. So they're saying like, well, wish lists aren't what matter, follows are what matter. And it's like, well, no, what matters is the number of people who are willing to like buy your game. And those things are correlated with it. But once you start juicing the numbers to try and, you know, to try and hit that target, you know, you are upsetting the relationship between, you know, the target and the intended behavior, right? This is kind of Lucas critique all over again. And Godwin's, or not with Godwin's law, that's different. But like there's a number of different, there's a bunch of different variations on that same topic. So the thing is that like I think that is I like, obviously I made the argument, so I think there is something to that. But if these things follow power law distributions, then there isn't a variance to report. You can calculate a variance, but you're not actually estimating the second moment because the second moment doesn't exist. And so I would actually be interested in looking at the data that people have, because what is very common is people will say that they're looking at a power law, and you can run some statistical tests to actually see if they have a power law. And very often what happens is it's actually not that special, and you can rely on the principles of more traditional distributions. But clearly this is a fairly important one, because it basically means that there are certain things that we can meaningfully measure and discuss in game analysis and can't. And it rests on the properties of this distribution that people can have some differences of opinion on. Now, one of the things I've been reading about where I can, because the thing is that when I talk about some of this stuff, if it gets too popular, usually what happens is people just tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't work in games, and dismiss it. And the thing is that it can be really discouraging to put a lot of very careful work into something and have people characterize it in a way that isn't really consistent with what you were trying to say. So I'm also a little aware of the fact that I might sulk for a couple of months after putting an article like that out that doesn't get a favorable response. But like where I have the time, I do actually try and read some of the income literature, because Russell Davidson, I think it is, Russell Davidson or McKinnon. Like Davidson and McKinnon authored a textbook together, so and I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it's Davidson that did it. But anyways, he's got a couple of papers on doing inference in the presence of these these distributions. And like obviously people are doing meaningful work on studying incomes, and sometimes it's a question of saying that, you know, this applies to all but this very concentrated group of people who have an unusual amount of wealth. And again, I think that can be those techniques can be meaningfully applied to games, but you do still want to actually make sure that you're doing the work. You know, you do actually want to make sure that you are you're trying to do this, like approach this as if it were a serious topic that you want to do your best on. And I mean, some of these papers are hard, so you know it's a long-term one that I'm thinking on. But yeah. So, anyways, that's a long road to go. But I guess the big thing here, right, is that there absolutely is something to be said for the application of those ideas. But obviously, it's quite different from saying that this is a relationship that we observe in a lot of cases. So it's a little bit like the Fibonacci sequence, right? You know, once you start getting into this point where you're talking about like this secret code to unlocking the universe, you're probably getting into a realm of thinking that isn't very helpful. On the other hand, if you do notice this similarity and you can use it to sort of inform yourself about other things. I mean, there's a mathematics journal dedicated to Fibonacci numbers, for crying out loud. You know, first of all, it's very interesting, but second of all, you know, you get something useful out of it. But, you know, again, you can take a very sensible or, you know, an observed relationship. And again, Pareto's land ownership stuff, actually that relationship doesn't hold as well as it did when he first did it, as is often the case with old stuff. Like, it's not like he discovered an immutable law of the Italian economy. But the thing is, like, I where I can, I try to be somewhat charitable to, you know, when I'm reading a position from someone. And, you know, in this case here, if someone were to say, you know, there's a small concentrated number of engineers that provide the maximum value of a team, that would not be inconsistent. The easiest thing I could say is that would not be inconsistent with other things that I have read and other relationships in other fields. So I wouldn't say that is preposterous on the surface of it. But obviously the inference that people make from there is like, okay, well, now what you want is a team full of, you know, those people. And it's like, I mean, obviously you want very good teams of very good people, but maybe we're not thinking about this quite the right way. So anyways, not that we need to defend the idea of the 10x engineer. You've shared, so there's a purported study about the 1953 graduating class of Harvard MBA, that those that had written measurable public goals outperformed everyone else by a significant margin. Okay. So, I mean, again, there is some stuff that, like, this is the thing that's so frustrating. There's absolutely stuff that you can back up with that. So, like, public commitments have definitely been things, like, if you read about, there's a book, this is like a business book that everybody seems to have read, like the Persuasion book by Robert Cialdini. Like, he definitely deals with public commitments as being a mechanism for persuasion. So, this idea of like quitting smoking through making a public profession, yeah, I can see that as being a tool for compliance, but like I don't see the goal setting exercise as being I don't see it as being the mechanism through which those Harvard grads achieved success. Yeah, and there we go. I was going to follow up with saying is like, and as you said before, it doesn't exist. Like those are the sorts of things where I would say like, okay, this seems to have its basis in some sort of fact somewhere. So what was their identification strategy? Like whenever I see stuff like this, the answer is always like, can we take a look at the paper? I suppose there's also that apocryphal story of like the class where like they get people to focus on like one pot, and then like what was it? Like there's one group that like only builds one kind of pot, and then there's another group that does like a pot every day, and then the group that does the pot every day like does better. I was like, that's kind of one of those things that sort of feels like it should be right. And I so far as I can tell, that class has never actually been real. It's just it's like the Nazi bar story, right? I know the guy insists that he really went to the bar, and that apparently the surly bartender who never talks to people decided to give that little bit of wisdom about the Nazi bar that everybody's now quoting online. That never happened. That guy is a creative writer, right? That conversation obviously did not happen. Whether or not it communicates a truth that people should follow on, fair enough, right? Like that's usually the criteria by which people repeat these things or not. So like, I don't know about the Nazi bar thing. I have some thoughts about that particular example, but like the pots thing, I'm like, yeah, it's probably better to iterate over some different things. Like if you keep trying to polish one thing as opposed to, practicing and putting some extra things in. I can definitely see how this sort of focused exercise on doing your best on multiple objects as opposed to sanding down all the rough edges on one thing would allow you to be better. But again, where's the data? Where's the evidence that this thing happened? And most often the answer is, and as you said here, there isn't any. It's just somebody came up with a pithy way of explaining sort of the folk theorem that may or may not actually apply. Although I realize it also makes me sound like a big old killjoy whenever I talk about this stuff. I guess the other thing too is that like I imagine that this stuff just keeps getting repeated, like the prosperity gospel, right? Or like The Secret or all of that. Like that thing really does seem to keep coming back almost like every generation, right? Like and it's just, it seems kind of clear why. Like it does seem to be that people really just want to be told, like even if it is obviously not true, even if like there is no possible way that this thing can actually work the way that people are claiming, I guess just sometimes it's nice to believe that getting the thing you want. I may have to settle for single foot songs, but I'm really looking for unhatched hymns. It may just be that like the belief, like the dream of winning the lottery. You buy the ticket not because you actually think you're going to win the lottery, but just the dream is sufficient. Like maybe that's why this stuff just keeps coming back, because it's like, I don't know, like do people really think that like Larry Ellison, like you got to pick the colorful examples, right? Like Larry Ellison like sat down and he said, okay, I'm going to write down a written measurable goal, and I'm going to put that right on the front of Oracle, and we're going to be the database company, right? Like we're going to be the one to beat, and it's going to be great. Like I don't think that's how that happened. um, I'm sure he has goals. I'm sure, like, but like I'm sure there's a lot of people that have done that did not found the Oracle Corporation. I think it's nice to have stories that teach us truths, but we need not to mistake them for the truth themselves. Yeah, exactly. Like, and I think one of the things that I notice for myself is that when I encounter stories like that, I do very often find that, like, the fact that the story is made up, like the fact that somebody decided to kind of use, maybe a benign form of like, this is like the crappiest version of like the noble lie, right? We're no longer, talking about the different classes of people in Plato's Republic. We're talking about, you just got to have enough grit, and all of your dreams are going to come true. But yeah, like the there is just really something to me about, like, yeah, I don't know, like there's just something about the fact that there was this mild form of deception that was used to try and get me to like believe the thing. That always makes me feel bad. And it's weird, right? Because like I do have utilitarian sympathies, but then there's like, stories like, those who those who left Omelas? Like the Ursula Le Guin story about like the like thought, it's basically a thought experiment against utilitarian thinking. And like, it's a good story, like, and it is a very, in my view, quite a legitimate criticism of, utilitarian thinking. I'm not a dogmatist on this sort of stuff. So, and you could sort of say, well, that's a form of deception. How is that any different from, how's that any different from sort of sharing, this, kind of get rich quick scheme version of it? And I'm like, well, first of all, like, it's a good story as opposed to just this, I did it for the clicks kind of silliness that often comes up on, on LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever it is. But you're telling me that if I'm positive all the time, no matter what, the universe won't use quantum power to bring your wealth? Oh, but there's this paper you see, right? And they took a whole bunch of like water, and don't you know that like 80% of human beings are water? The thread parts, the weave is empty, the skies cry out. My apologies to anybody listening to this, like, likes that sort of stuff. Like, I'm sorry, I realize that I am kind of like mean on some of these beliefs and that. It's just some of these things I do actually tend to find like create harms for people, and so those ones I tend to be a little bit nastier to. Like, I don't care that much for Joel Osteen, right? Like, we'll use new age thinking, but we'll put Jesus on top of it. We won't actually read the Bible or anything like that, but it's prosperity gospel. You're going to be rich, and it's okay because we said it's Christian, as opposed to all those other books that are saying the exact same thing. Like that is a level of cynicism that I feel very uncomfortable with. But I'm not a person of faith or anything like that. Like the complaint is not even theological. Well, okay, the complaint is theological, because I think if you're gonna like put up a church and say that you're a certain denomination or something like that, you'd actually commit to the bit, right? But yeah, like the complaint is not really a theological issue with that sort of thing. It's more the, I mean, certainly the preying on certain types of people is one thing I have a big problem with, but I don't know. But yeah, you do also make a point here. Like, it can lead to corruption since completing the goal overrides what's best for the company. And I mean, there are. I guess there's. This might be touching on what you might be touching on sort of what the Gates Foundation was sort of founded on, which was in a certain like at a certain period of time it needs to spend all of its money essentially so that it doesn't become another charity that is essentially perpetuating its own existence and actually doing very little. Um, yeah, no, exactly. Um, I mean, there is a marketing element to it, right? Because like the thing is that I guess kind of around the 80s or 90s, like there was this big new age wave. I mean, not that it's like I don't know. It's the new age is kind of like the 60s. It's like the hippies kind of coming back, but with like repackaging. Again, I this is not my field, so I do my best in order to like sort of figure out where all this stuff is coming from. Um, but obviously there are problems with that if you're if especially in an American context. I mean, America, there's a lot of wealth. There's a lot of customers for that sort of that sort of talk. And but I mean, there are types of faith that, like, say if you get into meditation, you are like one step away from hell. In fact, if you do, I'm not a big meditator, but I have tried because people like, I don't know, people push it a whole lot. So I'm like, well, I'm not exactly going to complain about just stopping and thinking. The biggest thing for me, actually, meditation has been a hard one for me to like really stick with, but I do find that spite works very well. So I'm sure some of you have heard about this study, and again, I doubt the conclusion on this one, but actually, let me see if I can find the specific claim here. This is about people being like left alone in a room and choosing to give themselves an electric shock over. Let me see if I can find this. People would rather be electrically shocked than left alone with their thoughts. So this is from Science. Okay, to conduct the study, Timothy Wilson, a social psychologist at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, and colleagues recruited hundreds of undergraduate student volunteers and community members to take part in thinking periods. Individuals were placed in sparsely furnished rooms and asked to put away their belongings, such as cell phones and pens, and they were given one of two tests that lasted between 6 and 15 minutes. While some were told to think about whatever they wanted, others chose from several prompts, such as going out to eat or playing a sport, and planned out how they would think about it during the period. Afterward, the team asked the volunteers to rate the experience on a 9-point scale, where the higher the number, the more enjoyable their time was. In both the free thinking and planned prompt scenarios, about 50% of the people did not like the experience, reporting the enjoyment level at or below the midpoint of the scale. Participants generally gave high ratings of boredom too, according to Wilson. To see if a change of scenery would help, the team let participants do the studies in their own homes, but still found similar results. Overall, the subjects said that they enjoyed activities like reading and listening to music about twice as much as just thinking. The researchers then decided to take the experiment a step further. For 15 minutes, the team left participants alone in a lab room in which they could push a button and shock themselves if they wanted to. The results were startling. Even though all participants had previously stated that they would pay money to avoid being shocked with electricity, 67% of men and 25% of women chose to inflict it on themselves rather than just sit there quietly and think, the team reports online today in Science. Now, this is unfortunately behind a paywall, so I haven't been able to read the actual study on it. Now, it is Science, which is a pretty reputable publication. The big problem I have with that 67% number, so like, first of all, I did this. Like, so as soon as I read that, I'm like, this does not sound like a hardship at all. And I sat down for 15 minutes. And I actually just, like, I kind of came up with a card game in my head, like with a pack of standard playing cards. I didn't have the pack of cards. Like, I just sat in a room with nothing there, cell phone in the other room. There's a good time. And I was like, yeah, it's like I wouldn't be one of these people shot. It's like this sitting on your own actually sounds like something that's good to do on my own. So I do sometimes wonder if that 67% is people just testing to see if the shock will actually work. Because it's like, it's a study, right? It's a laboratory setting. And so I'd be interested in knowing if that 67% are people who just shock themselves once. If somebody's like repeatedly shocking themselves, then it really is, it's like, oh no, thoughts are coming. Bzz. Like, then yeah, you very clearly identified something like people want to, people will take even negative stimulation as opposed to, will take negative stimulation as opposed to sitting alone with their thoughts. But again, because I wasn't able to get an answer to that individual question, although I haven't looked very hard. Like, I'm pretty sure I should actually see if the new place. I know there's a library at the new place I'm at, so I should see if I have access to that sort of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's one of these things where it's the result's just a little too cute and a little too shareable for me to think that that's like the conclusion that people are drawing from it is maybe the best fitting one. But I mean, again, like a reputable publication, so I also want to be careful that I'm not like falling into that. It doesn't conform with my priors, therefore it's bad science. Your uni research project involved an audio darkroom, and I can say there is such a thing as too much quiet. So you're talking about the places that absorb all sound. There's one of those in the Science Museum at yeah, I've been in one of those. That is a very, very unique kind of experience. They didn't turn off like all the lights or something like that, but that is so strange not to hear audio, or like just to be in a silent room. But yeah, where I was going with it. Anyways, I was kind of rambling on about meditation stuff or something like that. So the weird thing is that I actually quite enjoyed that experience. Whenever I try to do meditating, I always sort of feel like it's going wrong. Or, sometimes it'll usually be some kind of guided, because like there's any number of apps, right? There's like some news guy, I think called 10% Happier or something like that. He has a book that he wrote about it. I kind of like the idea of 10% happier because it's a much more modest goal than like the usual stuff, which is like, it'll change your life, you'll never want to leave that tremendous state of bliss or whatever. But yeah, I've tried. I haven't quite been able to make it work, and yet I do actually really enjoy that process of just sort of sitting and enjoying a time of contemplation, or just seeing what happens, or just generally getting out of the habit of like constantly wanting to be stimulated, because it is very easy for me to wind up checking Reddit or Twitter or something like that. I've gotten into the bad habit of occasionally checking my like YouTube follows, so I should get out of that. But anyways, but the reason why I brought up the meditation stuff was just I know anything that is perceived as being from another religion is very often a big red flag, and so there absolutely has got to be a tax incentive for that sort of stuff. But I imagine to a certain extent it's someone who's brought this same old. Oh God, was like the original book like Think and Grow Rich, like Napoleon Hill or something like that? Anyways, it's obviously a really old idea. No, wait, it predates it. There's another one. Anyways, there's another. This thing always keeps coming back. It always gets repackaged. It's always the same old thing, and it's never convincing to at least someone like me. But obviously, there's a lot of people who live their life by it. Intimations of Skin, fiendishly complex, weirdly distorted illustrations of Congress and anatomy by the haunted visionary painter Niels Fredrik Malsker. Malsker illuminates the evolutions of the names of the Grail with unfortunate clarity. It seems that a lovely who consumes an ivory becomes an ivory. A lovely who consumes a thirstly becomes a thirstly. A lovely who consumes a name of another hour might take its place. In the penultimate illustration, a lovely grapples with a fungoid knot that can only be a name of the crowned growth. The lovely's mouth and other portals gape wide, and the growth name is already partially engulfed. But it seems that Malsker couldn't bring himself to illustrate the result, and the final illustration is only a scrawled, bloated obscurity. The Black Book of Brittany, a volume of ink lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman conquest. The black flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree run deep, and they may not be hidden forever. The black flower, spoken of as a doom or guise, can be held at bay with the last ink of power brewed from the pale mixture, in the presence of sufficient winter with the arts of containment. The last ink of power is winter. Okay. That gives me something to try then. Okay, I gotta find... I don't think that'll take... Yeah. Doesn't take Solomon's preparation. Maybe? Okay. That doesn't work for me. That doesn't. Maybe. No, it doesn't take a liquid. It's not as many things that take liquids as I thought there were. Okay. Our old friend the Nocturnary. Which doesn't take inks of power, right. It almost feels like it would work, but I couldn't fit my winter stuff in there. It's a pigment, not a liquid. Yeah, I'm looking for something that takes either a liquid or a beverage. I have my doubts, but let's see where this goes. So it'll take either of these slots, it turns out. I suppose my best here is a bittersweet certainty. Ah, that's a problem. Good lord. Oh, that's upsetting. So we're obviously... That is obviously something that we can do. It's just a really narrow path. Okay. This gives me a little more to work with. I think the absence of the memory might be a problem, though. Actually, there's an easy fix. You're kidding me. I really thought that was going to do it. So obviously Solomon's Preparation is not something I can use with the Inks of Power. Well, yeah, actually, we can't... I think this is pretty clear out of all of the inks. We know... We have everything that we need to know. So Inks of Containment can produce it. Inks of Revelation cannot... Yeah, so it's an Inks of Containment only. Okay, the Instruments of the Heart. Sister Isabel, the then precentress of the Abbey Church of St. Brendan's, engages in dialogues with a heart-long of a kind called Dwendrazon that has taken partial possession of her body. The Dwendrazon, like all its kind, usually dwells in the Mansus, but can enter the physical world by manifesting as music and take possession of a willing or semi-willing mortal who hears and loves that music, like Isabella. Isabella records her dreams of the High Mansus, where she is accorded the Dwendrazon's status and titles. In return, the Dwendrazon enjoys what it calls a caesura, a welcome oblivion. Our mostly blessing is that we may never cease, except in caesurae. There is something more that Isabella refers to as the caesura magna, but she laments that her Dwendrazon will not tell her exactly what that might be. So there's a cheerful ditty. Unhatched hymns attributed to St. Lucia, the eyeless patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Meniscate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next, madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The hymn of the phases celebrates the Meniscate from whom we do not turn, for the truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The hymn of the Reflections, more puzzlingly, celebrates the Meniscate as sister of Janus, mother of sorrow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. And the Snare of the Tree collected proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. Once in the wood we call a visit, twice in the wood we call a journey, thrice we call coming home. Every timber has its knots, the straight and the crooked both. Every weave is more absence than thread. You can't keep nowhere out any more than you can keep somewhere in. When the cuckoo learns the nightingale's song, our sleep is sweeter than honey. There's something that kind of tweaked my antenna about that reading, but I'm not confident enough to act on it. Okay, Purifications, Exaltations, we need 7, I believe. Yes. Cool. Next one's going to be a little more difficult, but let's take advantage of the opportunity. Actually, we do the exact same thing again, and we use the Final Understanding that time. At last I approach mastery, improve the skill to level 8. So what I think I'm going to do before I go nuts, I think I'm going to, I think I'm just going to enjoy the day and wait to see what we get from Reverend Timothy before I commit to too much else. This does leave me a little short on my skill investigations, but I will admit, you know, the chatting is nice and all, but I do still want to try and make some kind of progress. And I sort of feel like if I spent some of the time on the back and forth, it may be a good idea to, you know, try and push things forward before I go too much further. I'll make it all work out, but let's relocate. So, Disciplines of the Scar, and then this will eventually become a 9, so we move over here. I think we can probably get Purifications and Exaltations moved up to 9 before the end of the day. Again, we may wind up losing our Newman, but those aren't that hard to get back. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Trying to think if I want to do any gardening or things like that, but probably the sort of gardening I want to do would be, like, I think we're okay for Blue Crown. We've got 2 in the flood gallery, 1 in the stair. I believe that's the Stair Tenebris. Yeah. We haven't freshened up the cucurbit with Blue Crown, but... Alright, maybe not as many as I thought, but 3's not bad. Especially because we've got 2 of Solomon's Preparation already. Okay, so far none of these are really helping me out in terms of getting the memories that I need. At some point, it might make some sense for me to try and restore some of those. There is a side of me that says, okay, maybe we should try restoring some of the, like the persistent memories. I'm less focused on that right now for the simple reason that I was originally using them for leveling things up in Numa. And then I would also, I would try these recipes with the highest level ones, but I've never had a situation where those highest level memories actually wound up being a necessary ingredient for something else. So I am definitely interested in getting more of the... I'm definitely interested in getting more memories, like more... I want to try and get more... more of those intermediate ones to work with. But the idea of trying to get a big stat... Like, so the Didymos or the Wind in Waiting... I'm not that interested in those. I am, however, interested in something like an Ascendant Harmony, because an Ascendant Harmony is an input to the later ones. And what I'm going to do, so the reason why I spent that time making those spreadsheets, are that I have sort of this grid of inputs that I've already used. And the hope here is that what I do, once I've eliminated the possibilities of like, okay, so far all of the Nock recipes have been... this input, that input, that input. The hope is that I will be able to take what I've done there and I'll say, okay, so it's likely that this recipe is, this is a Lantern and Edge, but we're really looking for a Nock thing. So what am I going to find inside of, Nock? And like, I have a systematic way of trying some of the other... recipes. And again, this is purely for my knowledge. So like I don't want to spend a month like exhausting out all of the different ways of combining the skills. But I figure that taking the time to write down some of the things that seemed like they would make sense and then coming back, like looking at those sheets and saying, it's like, okay, so we know the Mazarine Fife didn't work the way we thought it would on this other thing. It's just a nice little way of making sure that I'm not spending a lot of time treading down the same paths, because the things that seem obvious, like, again, the fact that I do not remember how many times I've tried to put pentiments and precursors on the Shrines of St. Tentretto. I am convinced there's something about this that I haven't fully exploited yet. But we've tried sort of all of the things that seem to be logical for the Carapace Cross. I've tried to follow the blank recommendation on here, and for one reason or another, either there isn't something there, or I haven't, like, my intuitions have sort of failed me here. And that I can completely believe, because there's other books in this game that I haven't read yet, right? Like, I don't think I'm necessarily supposed to find every item in the house, and it's a moot point at this point, because we've written down a history. But I was gonna read a bunch of books again. But it's just one of these things where I'm kind of conscious of the... I'm conscious of some of the things I might like to follow up on, and where I can, I'd rather you know, I'd rather make sure that the work gets done as opposed to, you know, just saving it all for another playthrough. Now, I'm getting a little conscious about the time. I know this has been a pretty mixed episode. Like, those of you that like talking or just like hearing me talk about stuff, this was good, but there wasn't that much progress, at least as relates to our final goal. So I'm going to try and go a little bit later, but one of the things I do need to wrap up just so that I want to make sure that I use sort of my last, I mean, I guess really I only have about, well, see, on paper I've got 15 hours more work, but in reality it's probably more like 12 once my IT stuff is taken care of. And I'm going to do like a big debrief with all the people I'm handing off my work to, so that's probably another hour. So I am really trying to make sure that I'm using that time well, and getting a good night's sleep is a really good way of making sure that I use that time well. So good news is this isn't forever, and once I get a little bit more stability back in my life, we'll be able to enjoy a few more streams and extended endings or other fun stuff. Okay. Seventh voice. Now, I'm going to take advantage of sight before I use revelation. Actually, I can do both. Yeah. Because I think revelation is the last of the lantern that I can work with. Oh no, there's Savage Hymn as well. Oh, and the storm. Okay. I actually left a little bit more on the table than I should have. But I can get most of that back. So I want notes on bindings. We've already got a memory storm, so, and I can't interact with the, well, I can eventually with the Swaddled Thunder, but I think we'll be fine with what we've got. But yeah, the one thing I wanted to make sure that I did for today was on the anniversary of Henry's accident, I did want to read some of the relevant texts. So for those of you still hanging around for that, your time is about to come. Okay, Red Blue. It's a decent copy of a Picasso painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson up to his tricks again. Levinson has signed it, but added a question mark after his signature. Foresight's welcome. So I probably have too many of the memories that I need, but that's not a bad situation to be in. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I should have had one more chat with Timothy, but that's not the end of the world. I'm not going to read all of these texts just because they're ones that are sort of my usual, like they're my go-tos. But there's a couple that I can read just because they're unusual. So they don't always read Singlefoot songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Huashan, near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests cause harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoot sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found the last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. Okay, a seventh voice, Samuel Savage's cycle of comic poems about a band of players who double as footpads seeking a seventh member. Sir Snatchsea is distracted by Mistress Twitchshell kissing Mistress Netherpearls and fails to see Master Magglepie making off with the players' funds. The whole enterprise almost ends in disaster when Mistress Wandereye's family insults her costume and she burns down their house in a fit of pique. But the day is finally saved by the seventh voice, a wandering bookmonger who returns the band's lost music. I'm assuming the seven that this is referring to are the ones who follow the Watchmen. That's kind of the first thing that I get out of this, but I've been known to terribly misinterpret Savage's work in other cases. So, notes on bindings. Gideon de Wolf, 5th Baron Brankrug, discusses techniques shared between medical suturing, tailoring, and carefully, elusively, the binding of restless spirits. Gideon's favorite motif is the history of the flesh. He insists obscurely that histories should be woven, not written. Gideon speaks reverently of the Weirdweft, which he has achieved by applying stitching and binding arts to a fabric in the presence of sufficient heart. He laments, however, that its complexities only approach those understood by the Sisterhood of the Knot, which in turn are only a shadow of the true braid of the histories. Okay, we needed 8, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we've got more than we need, but like I said, that is not a bad place to be in. So, purifications and exaltations. Let's say memory storms. Everything here is something we can kind of get back, but actually, you know what? I'm going to keep the confounding parable because it has 3 aspects. There is always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 9. Now, I don't have enough time in the day to commit these to reading books without losing them for the next day. But what I'm going to do here is, unless there's something really major that happens tomorrow, I'm going to spend the day reading a bunch of specific books and other materials. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And the skill is now level 9. Its power aspects have also increased. Right, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, first step. Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Next up, I'm going to read a bunch of books. So, the first book that I'm interested in is Old Copper-Nose and the Softer Metal, a disgraceful compendium of ribald poetry about the habits and corruptions of Henry VIII. I am slightly curious. I know we had a couple of other books that weren't directly related to Henry, but This was the beekeeper, yeah. Okay. Now... just want to double check that I'm not... not missing some obvious entries. Okay, so that's triple knot material. There we go. Society of Noble Endeavor. Yeah, we've got 2 of those. All right. I will explain why I'm looking all of these up in a moment. Okay. So the general knowledge one is a tricky one because I've got, like, there's 2 texts I definitely want to read here, but I need to... Okay, Vienna, Phoenician era, Shadowless Kings, Shadowless Kings... There we go. Now the end will begin. We might as well get the other 2 in there now, so... Metal for the Amalgam of the Red Rose. I guess I used up my... I actually don't think I have something that works with this desk now unless I want to give up my primaries. I think I'm going to leave that aside. For now, at least. Okay, As the Sun is Course is about Alexander. Uncharted Pleasures is not relevant. World Does Not Weep is also Alexander. Gospel of Zacchaeus. Worms. I don't think there's that much more. And I'd be surprised if there were I'd kind of be surprised if there were ones relevant to what I was looking for here, but I actually do want to take the time to make sure. Okay. And then I guess the books, yeah, not these. And then we have a small section, which again, I'd be surprised if any of these were relevant. Okay, we're okay. Actually, hang on. I'll try Introduction to the Histories on the odd chance. I can't remember if there's a reference to the thing I'm thinking of here, but it's worth trying. conveniently also uses up all but one of the desks I have available to me. Finally, we are going to consider this object. So we're going to need to give this a minute, but while we wait, we will have a chat with Reverend Timothy as well. And it's hailing, so that's kind of special weather. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So if I want to try some edge stuff, this would be a good time for me to... this would be a good time to try it. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. But again, what we're really focused on right now is the contents of these specific books. And I might resort to a little Wikipedia because I definitely am not up to speed with my English monarchs. I actually think this is a bit of a problem for me with some of the games by Alexis Kennedy because, you know, Fallen London, so far as I can tell, does kind of rely on a bit of knowledge about Queen Victoria's personal life. Like, not... I don't think it's completely, like... I don't think it's completely mysterious, you know, in terms of her relationship with her husband. But, you know, obviously the motives... I believe there is... his death is related to the reason why London is underwater, or well, not underwater, but underground, yeah, I mean, there's references to Henry. There's the Sovereigns of the Leashed Flame. This is all the stuff. You may notice there's a bit of a pattern going on. So. One of the reasons why I wanted to do this, I didn't realize today was the day, or at least it will be for 15 more minutes, where I am. Let me bring it up. All right, 1536, King Henry VIII of England suffers an accident while jousting, leading to a brain injury that historians say may have influenced his later erratic behavior and possible impotence. So 1536, January 24th. I'm just going to see if there's other references to that in the article. Again, I'm just relying on Wikipedia for this. 36. That's sometime around the time of Anne of Cleves, isn't it? Nope. Jane Seymour. Okay. Oh, now this is interesting. So, execution of Anne Boleyn. This isn't probably relevant to the thing I'm looking for, but on 8th of January 1536, news reached the king and queen that Catherine of Aragon had died. The following day, Henry dressed all in yellow with a white feather in his bonnet. Queen Anne was pregnant again, and she was aware of the consequences if she failed to give birth to a son. Later that month, the king was thrown from his horse in a tournament and was badly injured. It seemed for a time that his life was in danger. When news of the accident reached the queen, she was sent into a shock and miscarried a male child at about 15 weeks gestation on the day of Catherine's funeral, 29th of January 1536. For most observers, this personal loss was the beginning of the end of this royal marriage. Although the Boleyn family still held important positions on the Privy Council and had many enemies, including the Duke of Suffolk. Even her own uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, had come to resent her attitude to her power. The Boleyns preferred France over the Emperor as a potential ally, but the king's favor had swung towards the latter, partly because of Cromwell damaging the family's influence. Also opposed to Anne were supporters of reconciliation with Princess Mary, among them former supporters of Catherine, who had reached maturity. A second annulment was now a real possibility, although it is commonly believed that it was Cromwell's anti-Boleyn influence that led opponents to look for a way of having her executed. And then, there's a little bit more about this, but obviously this is right material for story material. 1538, dissolution of the monasteries. Physical decline and death. Late in life, Henry became obese with a waist measurement of 54 inches and had to be moved about with the help of mechanical devices. He was covered with painful pus-filled boils and possibly had gout. His obesity and other medical problems can be traced to the jousting accident on the 24th of January, 1536, in which he suffered a leg wound. The accident reopened and aggravated an injury he had sustained years earlier to the extent his doctors found it difficult to treat. The chronic wound festered for the remainder of his life and became ulcerated, preventing him from maintaining the level of physical activity he had previously enjoyed. The jousting accident is also believed to have caused Henry's mood swings, which may have had a dramatic effect on his personality and temperament. The theory that Henry had syphilis has been dismissed by most historians. Historian Susan MacLean Kybet ascribes his demise to scurvy, which is caused by insufficient vitamin C, most often due to lack of fresh fruit and vegetables in one's diet. Henry's obesity hastened his death at age 55, the 20th of January 1547, in the Palace of Whitehall on what would have been his father's 90th birthday. And then some more details along those lines. The jousting accident is the one that's specifically referred to, but there are some other notes that I will make. So let's, now that we've got our text, let's actually follow this thread. Old Copper-Nose and the Softer Metal, a disgraceful compendium of ribald poetry about the habits and corruptions of Henry VIII. Henry's great misfortune, his crushing injury at a jousting bout, which left him unable to stand any straighter than a splintered withy. The most savage mockery is reserved for Henry's great debasement, where the corruption of his softer metal is supposed to have crept into the coin of the realm. The last and most serious lampoon makes seditious references to the Crucible Revolution. Now, when I see the term debasement, and obviously in this case when they're talking about the coin of the realm, this, as far as I understand, is a real thing. And again, Wikipedia is a very convenient reference that everybody can consult, so I'm going to rely on this again. But there is something about finances. Now, part of this I also kind of know because of the game Fit for a King, which is a very charming and short sort of Henry VIII simulator. But there's a section here on finances. So Henry inherited a vast fortune and a prosperous economy from his father, who had been frugal. This fortune is estimated at £1,250,000. Now, what I find interesting about this is they do actually do an inflation adjustment here. So it says the equivalent of 375 million today, which when you think of that, that is actually fairly incredible, right? Like, so you often will see these sorts of comparisons in terms of like how well off we are today compared to previous times. But if you consider the idea that you are the ruler of a country, you are inheriting sort of the wealth of ruling a prosperous, this prosperous area. 375 million would be fairly unremarkable, at least as far as like wealthy and powerful individuals who have the capability of shaping world affairs are concerned, right? I mean, obviously you have the conversion from British pounds to dollars, but that is actually quite, I mean, on a relative basis, what matters is where that is in relation to everyone else, and purchasing power parity. Again, I'm assuming that they've done the work to normalize this. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's I mean, and this point has been made in other places too, right? Like the idea that even Leroy, Louis XIV, for all of his finer, I mean, pretty much pick any Louis, but pick any one and consider their fine dining, their the type of lifestyle that they would expect, and this is probably the kind of meal that you or I might take for granted, right? Like just the sort of thing that we could very easily go out to any choice of restaurant or even have delivered to our home for, and prepared by a smaller number of chefs and probably more nutritious and tastier than what could be eaten at the time. I mean, again, I'm sure there are examples of historical extravagance that maybe we wouldn't be able to call on that, but still, I don't know. That's a fairly incredible. I mean, again, like you want to check the numbers on these sorts of things and see how they've done the adjustment, but that is a fairly incredible idea that the fortune that Henry VIII inherited was apparently translates to 375 million. By comparison, Henry VIII's reign was near disaster financially. He augmented the royal treasury by seizing church. Actually, if purchasing power parity is supposed to I probably would guess they wouldn't do an adjustment on that sense, actually, because I'm just trying to think if you were like one of the easy ways to try and deal. Like, so the problem that you have here when trying to work this sort of stuff out, right, would be like, how do you even begin to compare, like electrification and things like that with history? And like, the thing is that some of these things are actually a little bit easier to measure than you'd think. So like, how much does it cost to get an hour of light? Well, if you have a time where people need to physically make candles, you can actually sort of estimate what the cost of like the labor and all of that is going to be able to sort of read something at night. And today it's very easy to figure out how long it will take to get an hour of light out of light. Or like pick whatever you want, right? Like those kinds of comparisons can be made fairly directly. So I'd have to imagine if you're doing an adjustment in terms of things like that, yeah, there's a few different ways that you can do those comparisons, but the more I try and think through the reasoning and what purchasing power parity is trying to capture, like I'm pretty sure the pen tables don't get back to the 16th century. Maybe I should take a look. But on the other hand, like the economic analysis of history is actually a thing that people do, and that is not just of interest to historians. I think Oded Galor was working on sort of attempting to do this unified growth theory that would account for the different sort of phases of human development, so that you would essentially have this model of growth which would account for, sort of like, because like the example I like to think about is you have Thomas Malthus, and I think a lot of... So the funny thing about Malthusian ideas is that they seem to keep coming... Like, so Malthus always seems to get this reputation for being like, oh, economists don't know what they're talking about. And yet Malthusian ideas always seem to keep coming back in different forms. And nobody seems to actually point out, hey, we've actually had ideas like this before. And I mean, like, obviously his, you first found economics interesting when you read about the difference between wealth and prosperity, and that it really Oh, for sure. In fact, you may, in fact, be attaching, I don't know if they specifically used Adam Smith's works, but that is pretty much specifically what The Wealth of Nations, the point that it's trying to make, I think is a fair one. It's kind of like, I know I kind of ruffle a few feathers whenever I say stuff along the lines of like, so if I had to come up with like a pithy way of trying to say, how do you know the difference between someone who is good with money and who isn't? Basically being able to say you are capable of disentangling money from the things that money gets you, right? So people who are capable of seeing money in sort of this abstract way will more likely be the kinds of people who are good with money. Or like this idea that like for some people you learn, oh, this person is, hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. And it's like, I wouldn't want to be hundreds of millions of dollars in debt, but obviously if I've got hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, that isn't so bad. In fact, the whole point of that may in fact be to minimize a tax bill. And so if anything, that is actually creating, more for me. But, again, like money's like one of these things that kind of needs to be respected. It has essentially, it's sort of this note. It's kind of this marker or memory. Actually, there's a couple of interesting papers that sort of treat money as this memory, right? So even prior to like things like blockchain, where it is quite literally keeping a record of everything, there were these papers. I think they're from the 80s. Let me just see if I can find. Just give me a second here. This is one of the books actually I have nearby. I might be able to find this. Holy crap, I've got a utility bill from my old apartment in New Westminster. I'll use anything for a bookmark, apparently. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but... index didn't help me. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So I got to be honest with you here. Like, I don't expect anybody to be convinced by this passage, because there's like all the work in this paper, like that's handled later in the book. This is actually an undergraduate book, but we didn't really use it that much in the class. But I liked it, so I kept it. But this is from sort of the first chapter. So to foreshadow one such avenue, we recognize the recent work by Naranja Kotlikola, who, recent, by the way, for the standards of this text, not recent, who has identified a market mechanism that is a perfect substitute for the trading mechanisms in which money is valued. In the overlapping generations economy, money is the means for executing intergenerational transfers. Mutually beneficial trades are conducted despite the friction between generations. In contrast, without money, the old generation has nothing the young generation wants. Money embodies both features by overcoming the intergenerational friction and being durable enough to carry from one period to the next. Kotlikola demonstrates that perfect memory is equivalent to money. In other words, with perfect social record keeping, young people will trade with old people, knowing that the record of the young's trade will overcome the intergenerational friction. When old, a person will turn to the accounting device and trade with young people. Perfect record keeping provides the same mutually beneficial trade as money. So, like, sometimes this stuff, I'm just going to put this back because I've got a big pile of stuff like this and I kind of want to keep it in order. Some of this stuff sounds impossibly strange or like very crackpot, but there is a lot of power that comes from a good analogy, and I think this idea of seeing money as a memory is actually a very interesting way of looking. Like, so I mean, again, I'm not trying. Every time I talk about Bitcoin stuff, I'm scared that there's going to be like 10,000 bots that like come in and like try to sell me some stupid, coin. Like I have no interest at all in cryptocurrencies, but like obviously that is something that they're very explicitly trying to do with the creation of this sort of ledger. But the thing is that there is an argument, and I mean, I know they'll have a reply to this argument. There's an argument that this is what we already have with money, and You want to buy your coin? Yeah. Um, it's. I mean, I have been enjoying the books that are starting to come out about this. Well, okay, I've enjoyed one book, and then the other one I was just sort of like, okay, well, yeah, this is about as bad as everybody was saying it was going to be, but at least I got to rage at SBF's dumb opinions about Shakespeare. Like, okay, I gotta admit, like this is a guy who's obviously quite intelligent. You know, like he did well in his mathematics. You know, growing up, and yeah, I mean, he got into Jane Street Capital. But like, there are people who can very clearly be good at one set of things and really should not be talking on other sets. And like, I understand, like, okay, I'm actually going to quote the, I'm annoyed by this. I'm actually going to talk. And at this point, like I've kind of gathered, we will get back to Henry, but at this point, because I've moved on to the other ones, I might as well get this done. So, this was quoted in, this is quoted in Going Infinite. This is Michael Lewis's book. I do not recommend Michael Lewis's book, but if I'm going to quote from it, I might as well, you know, give credit where credit's due. So, Sam Bankman-Fried, I could go on and on about the failings of Shakespeare, but I really shouldn't need to. The Bayesian priors are pretty damning. About half the people born since 1600 have been born in the past 100 years, but it gets much worse than that. When Shakespeare wrote, almost all Europeans were busy farming, and very few people attended university. Few people were even literate, probably as low as 10 million people. By contrast, there are now upwards of 1 billion literate people in the Western sphere. What are odds that the greatest writer would have been born in 1564? The Bayesian priors aren't very favorable. Now, like, the thing here that bugs me about this is that this guy should know better in terms of, like, probabilities and stuff like that. And I mean, he's been running his mouth about, like, not reading and so on and so forth. And there's a whole group of people who just want to pretend that they're just so advanced they don't need to worry about reading books. And, like, it's just very boring. Like, these are not interesting people, and why waste the time talking with them about this? But, like, the thing that bugs me about this is that there's so much puffery in here that, like, and I mean, it's possible that he doesn't know some of this stuff, right? I may be over-crediting him in terms of certain concepts, but I mean, again, like, presumably you don't fake your way into Jane Street Capital, right? And I mean, you know, he's got wealthy parents that seem to be invested in his education. You know, he went to various math camps and so on and so forth. So, like, you know, just because I don't think someone is a good or, you know, interesting person does not mean I'm going to deny them, you know, the things that they're talented on. But, like, it is sufficient to say priors, right? Like, oh, he's mentioning the Bayesian priors. That means he's very smart. And, like, I think probably he really read Michael Lewis. Like, I don't think Michael Lewis really gets this terminology. It's very clear he doesn't understand cryptocurrency when you read Going Infinite. He actually really doesn't even bother trying to explain this stuff. Like, you'd kind of think if you're writing about it, you would make the effort, but you know, effectively gets exclusive access to Sam Bankman-Fried, and yet apparently does not bother or does not understand this thing that is that FTX is trading, but still writes the book. But, like, it bugs me when it talks about Bayesian priors, and I realize I shouldn't be as worked up about that, but, like, I am. This really does kind of strike me as a thing, because, like, the thing is like, when you talk about Bayesian priors, right, you have this idea of sort of updating. There's nothing in this that is describing a process of updating with new information, right? I don't really understand why we need to bring Bayes into this. And, like, maybe I'm just not smart enough, right? Maybe I have not run, you know, a massive scam to rope in, this many people, including a presumably good author, to do this. Again, I maybe need to accept that I'm just really not following an argument that somebody with greater sophistication on these topics would understand. But I do kind of know my way around some of these material. The other thing that bugs me is like when he's talking about the Western Sphere. I've never heard that reference. I've heard the Western Hemisphere, right? It's not like we're talking spheres of influence. But yeah, the argument is just like it's very dumb, right? About half the people born since 1600 have been born in the past 100 years, but it gets much worse than that. When Shakespeare wrote, of almost all Europeans were busy farming. Very few people attended university. A few people were even literate, probably by as low as 10 million people. By contrast, there are now upwards of a billion literate people in the Western Sphere. Although, in fairness, would England count as the Western Hemisphere? I got to remember where the line is drawn, because I think it's actually in the middle of the Atlantic. So maybe I shouldn't be yelling at him over... No, the prime meridian is not in the Atlantic. Okay, this is why I'm confused, because it doesn't cover all of England. My confusion is somewhat justified, but I should probably be embarrassed that I was yelling at SBF and not actually clear on the hemispheres. Still probably in the Western. Yeah, I know. I get that. Like, I do get spheres of influence, but I don't think that's what he's talking about. Because, like, I just don't see how the sphere of influence is... I mean, I guess he's talking about the modern... He is talking about the modern age, so it's not, like, completely anachronistic, but I just don't see how that's relevant to like the English speakers. Like presumably the argument that he's making would apply to English speakers across the entire world, no? I don't know. Like sorry, I thought I addressed the sphere of influence idea before, but no, yeah, obviously he's pontificating, but But like, okay, here's the thing, is like, if we really want to bring probabilities into this, right, it's not an even distribution, right? There are a number of conditionals that apply to, these people. And there is, I think, actually a somewhat reasonable argument to be made that we should see better and better literature over time as to speak of spheres of influence. As the Western canon grows, presumably people should be building on the greatest works, and that greater understanding of those works, and of course, wider understanding of those works. So there's where you can bring the literacy argument in. You could actually try and at least say we should expect a greater author than Shakespeare. But that isn't really what he's doing here. He's just sort of spreading out an even distribution across all the peasants. Anyways, this really annoys me, so I always bring it up because anger is my cardio. But yeah, this is definitely one of these cases where, like, even from, like, to meet him where he's at as, like, I'm just a math guy, it's like, this is actually pretty crappy math. But I probably should lay off the hemispheres thing. I just really hate the term Western Sphere. Especially because it's not really relevant to the argument. But yeah, anyways. Where the hell did I even go on to the crypto stuff and all of that. And you did say, you don't want to say there's no use for crypto, but as an engineer, the only problem it seems to solve better than cheaper solutions is not trusting anyone, which seems like a pretty poor way to run an economy. Yeah, I mean, there's this, I feel like this point's been made a few times, where, like, the more, I realize that sometimes this stuff gets too cute by half, but, like, there is actually a reasonable point to be made. Like, why are you doing business with someone you don't trust? And like, I get that this work, if you have this kind of very, like, distrustful kind of anarcho-capitalist view of the world, that the idea that, you know, all the central banks are just going to screw you with bad monetary policy, so we need to abandon them. Like, I kind of get that that's underpinning a lot of this stuff, and so, you know, I'm going to just need to kind of come on board. But I mean, with that in mind, you know, you have basically sort of said that you, like, so when they say it's like, well, it's going to become a global currency, right? It's going to be accepted everywhere. It's like, so, you know, by extension, does this mean that your very fringe beliefs that have historically been very fringe are now going to be more wide, you know, are they going to become more mainstream, right? Like, is this the argument for the broader acceptance? Because essentially that's the argument for why these things are more valuable, right? Not that people are actually thinking that heavily about the subject. I mean, obviously there's just a bunch of people who want to get rich. I want to get rich. I'd like to get rich by actually doing something. Anyway, that long aside, no, we do not. There was actually something. So this is the thing, right? Obviously, I like money. I like thinking about money. I am actually rather indifferent to the coins. Actually, I am kind of into coins, but like just in an interest, like as an academic interest. But the debasement, like whenever I see references to debasement, I think money, and certainly that is supported in here, where the corruption of his softer metal is supposed to have crept into the coin of the realm. So again, we return to Wikipedia, the source of all knowledge. You never need to reference anything else. You know, who would read a book? A book should be a Wikipedia article, and a Wikipedia article should be a tweet, and a tweet should be a punctuation mark. Henry inherited a vast fortune and a prosperous economy from his father, who'd been frugal. The fortune is estimated at 1.25 million, equivalent to 375 million today. By comparison, Henry VIII's reign was a near disaster financially. He augmented the royal treasury by seizing church lands, which, of course, you know, the dissolution of the monasteries absolutely has relevance for Hush House. It's how the DeWolfs wind up with it. But his heavy spending and long periods of mismanagement damaged the economy. Henry spent much of his wealth on maintaining his court and household, including many of the building works he undertook on royal palaces. He hung 2,000 tapestries in his palaces. By comparison, James V of Scotland hung just 200. Henry took pride in showing off his collection of weapons, which included exotic archery equipment, 2,250 pieces of land ordnance, and 6,500 handguns. Tudor monarchs had to fund all government expenses out of their own income. This income came from crown lands that Henry owned, as well as from customs duties like tonnage and poundage, granted by Parliament for the king for life. During Henry's reign, the revenues of the crown remained constant, around £100,000, but were eroded by inflation and rising prices brought about by war. Indeed, war and Henry's dynastic ambitions in Europe exhausted the surplus he had inherited from his father by the mid-1520s. Henry VII had not involved Parliament in his affairs very much, but Henry VIII had to turn to Parliament during his reign for money, in particular for grants of subsidies to fund his wars. The dissolution of the monasteries provided a means to replenish the treasury, and as a result, the crown took possession of monastic lands worth £120,000, 36 million a year. The crown had profited by a small amount in 1526 when Wolsey put England onto a gold rather than silver standard and had debased the currency slightly. Cromwell debased the currency more significantly starting in Ireland in 1540. The English pound halved in value against the Flemish pound between 1540 and 1551 as a result. The nominal profit made was significant, helping bring income and expenditure together, but it had a catastrophic effect on the country's economy. In part, it helped bring about a period of very high inflation from 1544 onwards. Actually, also, I guess this kind of brings us back to this idea of the difference between sort of, how did you put wealth and prosperity? So there are winners in an inflationary environment, but that does not mean that you want it to be a good, that does not mean it's a good thing. So, This is a bit of the history. But of course, when we talk about the Crucible Revolution, the operating hypothesis I've been working on is that Henry is one of the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame. So we move on to our other books. The High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor, a blandly positive work of the Endeavor Club, published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862, but claims to draw from much older traditions. Club members are assigned names out of noble myth, Joffrey, Roland, and unexpectedly Breadbettle. They claim to be heirs of the Leashed Flame, which gave the island of Britain such appalling power in some histories. Their endeavor itself is a purifying flame, which makes its fuel something more than human. This transformation, however, is no longer encouraged by the club, and perhaps the work is coy on this, no longer permitted. The Carmine Petal Revised, an apparently theoretical project proposed by Lionel of the Society of the Noble Endeavor, which might permit the imprisonment of a renegade forge name. A very heavily revised edition of an earlier, even more controversial work. The book was evidently revised sometime after the Wars of the Roads had ended, but even then this kind of discussion would have been politically difficult. Lionel suggests that the disciplines of Scar and Hammer together would be necessary to create such a prison, but that either on its own would serve to release its occupant, which of course gave us a secret of the house. How the End Will Begin, a prophecy of the Wars of the Roads, recorded in the subcontinent in the days before the Great Hooded Princes. In the foretold war, the children of the Leashed Flame march on the cities of the continent, but the enactors of solar law and the Triple Sisterhood join forces to hold them back at tremendous cost. In that battle between the imperishable legions and the Leashed Flame, the legions will perish and the flame will be unleashed. So I think this is a reference to the enactors of solar law and the imperishable legions. I suspect this is a reference to the Church of the Unconquered Sun. The Amalgam of the Red Rose, an account by Mistress Redflower of the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately led to their victory in the War of the Roads, but are described as now debased. The generals of the House of Lancaster and York are described as brother enemies, a term more usually associated with the dyadic invariably twinned Edgelong. The author's conclusion is that, in the absence of the operations of the Dawn Road, the operations of Sunset inevitably became unbalanced, debased, and ultimately enfeebled. The combination of the two is described tantalizingly as the Forge's true alloy. The Alloy of the White Rose, an account by Mistress Whiteflower of the alchemical techniques favored by the House of York, also identified with the Dawn Road. These techniques failed to bring them victory in the War of the Roads, but are not to be discounted. The author asserts proudly that the Dawn Road ends in the Second Dawn, and hints darkly that the downfall of the House of York was Grail sabotage. Mistress Whiteflower urges a history of Uzalt, where the Second Dawn may come to pass. She identifies xanthotic essence as Uzalt's predecessor. She explains that with sufficient lantern, bitter black salts can be purified to xanthotic essence, and iotic essence can be exalted to xanthotic essence. Introduction to the histories. This was just kind of my catch that maybe this would be related to the Sovereigns of the Leashed Flame. 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschalt describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. The prologue warns at length about the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Hirschalt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems Cosley advised Hirschalt early in the writing of the book, but Hirschalt later became suspicious. Hirschalt identifies blood silver design and the worms as the central axes of the histories and claims the so-called second history is the true one. So not much for me to take out of that. But finally, genealogical chart. 6 years ago, King George's heir Edward killed him in a quarrel over Edward's womanizing. The kingdom was saved from constitutional collapse by Henry Huddleston Abney Hastings, 13 Count of London. Loudon, who claimed descent through the Plantagenet line. Heaven lift the new king. So I'm sure I should probably take a look. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take a look for this name because I never did look up the name of the new king when I found it. Interesting. Oh, this is Simon Abney Hastings. Different from... No, this guy is still alive. British aristocrat living in Australia who is the current holder of the ancient Scottish noble title of Earl of Loudon. Got Michael Edward Abney Hastings in the list here. So British Australian farmer who is most noted because of the 2004 documentary Britain's Real Monarch, which alleged he was the rightful monarch of England instead of Queen Elizabeth II. From February 1960 to November 2002, he held the courtesy title of Lord Mauchline. We've got Barbara Huddleston Abney Hastings, Scottish Countess, her only brother Ian. This is interesting. The Great Fire on December 1st. So this is Edith Abney Hastings, 12th Countess, 1883 to 1960. The Great Fire on the 1st of December 1941. The family comprising Lady London, her daughters, and infant granddaughter Sheena were sleeping in their rooms under the first floor library in Loudon Castle. Heating was by coal and log fires, and it is thought that burning resin came back down the library chimney, setting the wooden floor alight. The resulting fire destroyed the building except for the stone walls. No one from the family has slept in the castle since that night. In 1995, the castle grounds were converted into a popular amusement park. That feels very Secret Histories. Obviously that is terrible. Like, I'm glad nobody died, but that's the problem with these families. It's really hard to get a read on. So as far as I can tell, Henry seems to be an invention. We got Simon, Michael, Barbara, Ian, Edith, Pauline, Charles, Edith, Henry? Hang on. Henry Rawdon. Let's take a look at that anyway. Pauline, George, Francis, Elizabeth, Francis, Theophilus, George. I mean, we're getting pretty far back at this point, so. Henry Weisford, Charles Plantagenet, Rawdon Hastings, 4th Marquis of Hastings, and 9th Earl of Loudun, styled Lord Henry Rawdon Hastings from birth until 1851, was a British peer, was also starting from most senior barony, 21st Baron Grey of Ruthin. I cannot pronounce any of these names, but died at 26. Yeah, well before any of the events of this game, so but does have a scandalous marriage, apparently. Okay. In any case, so this was the genealogical chart. This is the thing that told us who the new king is. Collars was keenly interested in the history of the houses Tudor, Plantagenet, Hanover, Windsor, etc., all the way back to the days of the Leashed Flame. He's also doodled the Suppression Bureau seal by the name of King Henry's mother Edith. Of course, Lady Edith serves as nocturnal secretary, the minister with final responsibility for the entire bureau. So yeah, I've been trying to figure out. So I rather suspect that a large part of sort of the story, in terms of the oubliette, the the genealogical chart, Collars, efforts in that, probably, I think this is all tied to the Sarvins of the Leashed Flame, trying to undo or otherwise sort of I'm not 100% sure what the Great Debasement is, but it seems to me that that's sort of the beginning of the end for the Sovereigns of the Leashed Flame. And there seems to be sort of this effort to try and bring it, to undo it or otherwise bring about sort of the power that they previously had, which is what this new king business is all about. And there is something, so, I don't really put a lot of thought into a lot of the Forge stuff in this game, but there is kind of something interesting here when you see this alignment in terms of the Great Debasement, in terms of the Leashed Flame, right? This ability to harness the power of the Forge, and its relationship to the coinage, right? I think this is also partly because this is sort of where my mind starts going down certain paths in terms of interesting secret history stories. So, obviously as a member of the colonies, I'm always interested in how the New World is represented in the secret histories. But there is kind of a fun fact about Canada, and specifically the Canadian Mint. We actually have a rivalry with the Australian Mint. In a practical sense, we compete for the business of producing the coins for other nations. I believe the Canadian Mint, the Royal Canadian Mint, is only responsible for coins, that there is a separate entity responsible for banknotes. But one of the things that, this is going to sound very Austin Powers, by the way, but like one of the areas in which these two mints compete is the sort of refining gold. And so Canada currently has the lead, and I believe, I'm trying to remember the exact term. It's like 6. I believe we've got like the 6 nines for the purity. So like the idea here is that there's like a certain amount of fineness for the gold, right? Like you've got and there's going to be a certain level of purity for any gold that you have. And then what you do, I wish I remembered the name for this term. It actually bugs me a little bit that that I can't remember this. Was it 5 or 6 nines? Anyways, there was a threshold that the Canadian Mint broke. Maybe it is 5 nines for these. I'm pretty sure the coins were 5 nines, but I can't remember if the milestone was the fact that we cracked 6 or 5. But anyways, like basically it's the difference between like 99% pure versus 99.9% pure versus 99.99% pure. And they're as a result of this sort of refining milestone that Canada, I believe, was the first to hit. Oh wait, there's the gold maple. Sorry, the gold maple leaf was. This is not the one I was thinking of. I'm thinking of the big maple leaf. This is why. Pretty sure this is the one. Anyways, so there's this. It's this standard for gold purity. I am actually starting to doubt myself and see that it's. I think it's actually the 559s. But anyways, you get this idea. So, and obviously, as you continue to do it, right, like trying to eke out those extra percent, is tough. So like at this point, like when you're trying to get basis points, or the further to the right of the decimal that you move, the harder it is to get this thing accomplished, right? You're not going to be able to get like a 100% pure gold. Well, maybe you will, but like, this would be a remarkably difficult feat. So anyways, Canada did it, and of course, because it's a big accomplishment, we did it. So I will actually share the background of this. So this is, again, Wikipedia on the Big Maple Leaf. I probably should go to the Mint's page for this, but this is kind of a fun one. The Big Maple Leaf, BML, is a $1 million Canadian gold coin weighing 100 kilograms, 220 pounds, 3,215 troy ounces. A set of 5 of these coins was produced by the Royal Canadian Mint in 2007 at their Ottawa facility, where the first Big Maple Leaf produced remains in storage. The Big Maple Leaf was recognized by the Guinness World Records in 2007 not only for its status as the world's biggest gold coin, but also for its unparalleled gold purity of 99.999%. So, yeah, in this case, this is the 5. As of March 2017, the market value of a single Big Maple Leaf had reached approximately $4 million US. On the 27th of March 2017, one of the coins was stolen from a Berlin museum. The Big Maple Leaf remained the largest gold coin ever minted until 2011, when the 1-ton, 1,000 kilogram Australian gold nugget, the gold kangaroo, was minted. Again, the the rivalry continues. I believe that one also is now 5. Actually, let's see the web page of that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it is a mere 4 9s. That's what happens when you go with the second best. Description: a Big Maple Leaf measures 2.8 centimeters, 1.1 inches thick, and about 50 centimeters, 20 inches in diameter, and is 99.99 divided by 1,000 pure. The obverse of the Big Maple Leaf shows Queen Elizabeth II as she has appeared on the Canadian coinage since 2003, when Susanna Blunt's design became the third iteration of the Queen's effigy to appear on the coinage. The others were 1965 and 1990. Blunt's design was intended to show the Queen in maturing dignity without a tiara or crown. Only one other RCM design ever had the monarch not wearing a crown. I believe there was one other design in which she didn't just have the crown, but she went for like the big one. The reverse design is the stylized maple leaf by Royal Canadian Mint artist and senior engraver Stan Whitten. Now, one thing that is... So the one that was stolen is actually still missing, and it's expected that people won't find it again because there was very pure gold dust sort of found as part of the investigation. So the expectation is that basically it's been sold for parts, which is obviously a shame. But apparently one of the Big Maple Leaf, so presumably if there are 4 left in the world, apparently one of these is a coffee table in Dubai. I found that out when I went to a tour of the Mint. But anyways, so the reason why I'm going on, so first of all, I'm obviously a big nerd for this stuff. But if you think of it, right, if there's this whole idea of sort of the purity of metals and how that might relate to the forge, and specifically England and its power, so, the colonies, right, Canada, you can kind of actually put together this pretty wild story about specifically this role of Canada and its increasing... I mean, obviously, Canada is now. We are technically the Charles III is our head of state, but he is the King of Canada, not the. We rent him out to the UK. So there's the connection still there, and I feel like there's probably something you can take out of that. And again, admittedly, like here we are in a very different time. So you need to think a little bit more about like, well, what was the role of the mint? Like, has the role of the mint changed? Has it become a little bit more dedicated towards this sort of purification and things like that? But I mean, again, it's covering the things that interest me, right? Secret histories, Canada, and it feels like there's this incredibly nerdy and narrow avenue in which to talk about some of these things. And like, if I could get a firmer grip. So like, I've always been very at odds on the idea of making a mod for something. Because in the end, it's just sort of like, if I'm going to put that much work in, why not, do it for something that's an original creation of my own? But this is the sort of thing, there was a film idea that I had for Cultist Simulator. And I almost kind of feel like if I could get a better grip on coinage and this idea of refining metals in the secret history setting, this would actually be kind of a fun mod to do, just because I can't imagine a lot of other people doing it. And it's a way to sort of work in this part of the world that I don't know that much in terms of the secret histories. So I do apologize for not making a bit more progress inside of inside of the winter season. I do really want to try and make things work in terms of checking out the different skills, but it was clear that was kind of keeping me from making progress. So I'll have a bit of a think in terms of how I can do it. Like maybe I'll do the spreadsheets on my own and I won't test the different formulas. Maybe I'll just write down what's already there. And then on Friday, no guarantees that I'll be able to finish the game, but I am definitely looking to submit the history. And I understand that to do that, I'm going to need to spend more time. Unpaused. But I hope at the very least this little journey down, like I'm happy that I did the journey on the Leash Flames and Henry, because I was really looking for some more stuff I was looking for an excuse to go into this stuff. And it turns out the anniversary of the jousting incident was worth it, or was a good catalyst. But if I know there's not a huge viewership today, so I get it. This may not have been the best stream, but I appreciate you all hanging out nonetheless. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna work really, really hard the next 2 days, and I may feel like I need a rest on Friday. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna stream. It just means that I might want to go for a while. Hang on, let me take a look at the weather. That's not too bad. I don't know. I might go for a bit of a... Oh, it's a curiosity. We're actually wrapping up, but... No. I'm responsible for my own distractions. Nearly logical. I hope you found the Henry stuff interesting. I can't remember I think you had made some references to some other Henry facts in an earlier stream. But yeah. So. I don't know. Like I sometimes feel like progress in this game is not just a matter of pushing the time forward. But oh, you did enjoy it. Not you were the one to mention. Okay. But yeah, I sometimes feel in this game that progress isn't always a question of advancing time or like opening a room or something like that. Sometimes getting some more insight on the world is worth it. So that was a little bit more of the day. I'm not going to pretend that I didn't spend a lot of time talking, about other things. And sometimes that's how a stream goes. But I appreciate it. Tiberiosity, I don't know if you're around, but I appreciate the raid. I do apologize that I am actually vamoosing right away, but I do want to thank you nonetheless. I am, however, going to take a minute here and see who might be streaming. So there's a couple people on, but the first thing I always want to do is see what's going on in Secret Histories land. There was an update to Phantom Brigade. Nobody is streaming that. That is a real shame. But Zarelith is doing Lethal Company. And I'm going to admit, Zareth. I keep calling him Zarelith, but it's Zareth. I actually really like Zareth's sand frog, or desert rain frog, not sand frog, rain frog avatar. That is actually one major reason why I watch his stuff. I will take a quick second here and shout out Tiberiosity, who kindly raided me at the end there. Oop. Tiberiosity has recently been playing that Pokemon with Guns game that apparently everybody is playing, but I've actually also seen do Cyberpunk 2077, and I seem to recall Fallout at some point, but I could be wrong on that. Anyways, somebody who is actually quite kind in terms of their attention, because I feel like I see them in my place much more than I visit theirs, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Anyways, please enjoy Zareth. Lethal Company looks quite good, but it is a multiplayer game, an only multiplayer game, which is discrimination against the lonely, so I will probably not play it. But I hope you enjoy it. I will be back Friday. I will try to make more progress in the game. But I may also have another late start because, good lord, I have a lot of work to do in the next couple of days, and we will see how that all goes. Anyways, take care. We'll see you in the next one. Bye.